from Oslo. I hope you have your coffee or your popcorn ready for day 3. With a rest day tomorrow, this could be a good game for Gukesh to go all out for a comeback because the reigning champion, Dingley Ren, is still in the lead.
Har vi ikke lyd på den der?
Nei, nå har vi ikke
Jo, der
He
kom
takes the queen.
The queens are off the board. Why has Ding allowed the rook to be standing here? Ding moves back to the same square the knight moved away from.
It was a draw yesterday, game 2, and it was quite a quick draw after only 23 moves. Gukesh and Ding had repeated the position 3 times and agreed on a draw in that game. So that means Gukesh, he has 0.5 points, and Gukesh, he's at 1.5 points and in the lead after 2 games. Game 3, before a rest day, with our experts here in the studio to take you through all of the games for his Grandmaster, Jon Ludvig Hammer. Am I correct? Is this a good day for Gukesh to go all out?
Definitely. Anytime you have the white pieces, there's a bit more pressure on you to perform. And so far in the first 2 games, it is my opinion that both Gukesh in game 1 and Ding in game 2 were successful in gaining an advantage with the white pieces out of the opening. So we'll see if that trend continues. And then, of course, Ding proved in game 1 that having the advantage out of the opening doesn't decide the entire game. And he came back from Gukesh's advantage to take the lead.
Yeah. Next to Jon Ludvig is Maud FIDE, Women Master. Yesterday was a quite quick draw. Was it hectic to commentate on this in the app, move by move?
That was actually all right. We were discussing that we didn't send out really any notification during the game because there wasn't really an important moment to get everyone's attention on. It was more like, it was a little bit disappointing, and it was interesting to hear Magnus also say that he was very disappointed that we were robbed of this entertaining endgame. But it was a draw, and so, yeah, and it was a pretty quick draw. So that was, it wasn't the most difficult to commentate quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But today, I'm excited to see what openings the players are going to choose because they've already had this color each already in the first game.
Yeah.
So if they're going to do the same opening or if they're going to do something completely different.
Yeah. And it was Ding with the white pieces yesterday. We can see some footage of him arriving yesterday and Gukesh as well. So with the white pieces, Ding chose to play the Italian yesterday. The first day he played with black pieces, it was a French defense. What do you expect today, Jon Ludvig?
I'm expecting Ding to shy away from the French. When he played it, we said it was a risky choice. I still stand by that. It was risky playing the French, but it worked out for him. And he played it very, very well. Playing it again, though, when Gukesh has spent some time analyzing his previous loss, I think that would be too much. So I'm expecting Gukesh to stay the course. I think he could be happy with the outcome of the first game. And I'm expecting Ding to change his opening. If I had to guess, I would say today, like yesterday, is also going to be an Italian.
Okay. Another Italian. And every day after every single game, we do recaps together with Magnus Carlsen and Levi Rosman. They do look forward to the upcoming games, but first of all, it's all about recapping what happened the day before. And yesterday, Magnus could tell us he was disappointed with Ding's decision to make a quick draw. If you were in this situation, if you were playing this, you were Ding, you were up by 1 point in the match, you had this position on the board with the white pieces, you would be the Magnus Carlsen that we know, you would keep pushing and try to look for a win in this game.
I mean, listen, not to interrupt for whatever Magnus is about to say, but I couldn't watch a single broadcast this morning without everybody saying, oh, if this was Magnus, oh, this is the type of position Magnus wants. I was like, wow, they sound like me. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I would have had to have a really bad day or maybe some football game I wanted to watch or something if I wasn't going to push this position.
Well, which brings me to a question we had from the chat today, Magnus. When you see a game like this, where we've been talking about a typical game where you would keep pushing, do you miss it a little bit, playing the World Championship match?
No.
Simple as that.
I would very much like to have a position like that where I can push, but that doesn't mean that I want to have it in a World Championship match. The only thing I was maybe thinking is that I wish I could have had more of those positions in World Championship matches because it often felt like I got even less. But no. Nice try though.
Nice try. Nice try from Magnus. Is this the Magnus, your friend that you know, Jon Ludvig? This was a position that he would just keep pushing in, and we would perhaps see a decided game if he was one of the players in the World Championship match.
I mean, it was still far off from being decided, but there was definitely some pressure there for Ding. And I feel like I've built a chess career basically just mimicking whatever Magnus does.
Yeah.
And I had the same feeling. So I feel validated watching Magnus after the game say, I think Ding could have played on. Because that was the feeling we had during the game as well. I think the reason Ding chose to go for the draw was simply because he went from being way up on time to being equal and maybe even slightly behind.
Yeah.
He felt like he had lost some momentum in that Ding was more comfortable with the plan than he was himself.
Yeah. But what we've seen with this World Championship match more than ever is how much of a mental game this is. So is it in fact a good decision from both players? Gukesh being mature, not going crazy to get that quick comeback yesterday, just playing solidly basically, and Ding also in the tournament situation, a draw for him yesterday was a good result.
It was a good result, and in many ways it was what we expected. But then again, we didn't expect Ding to go for the French defense in the first game. So Ding has been, yesterday in game 2, he did what everyone expected of him, to play it safe when he already had the lead in the match. Whereas in game 1, he did what no one expected, going for the win with the black pieces, despite coming into the match in poor form against a guy who had won everything in the months prior.
Yeah. Okay, I can see on the screens here in the studio that both Gukesh and Ding, they're sitting by the board. Gukesh with the white pieces, and you guys, we are ready to kick off game 3. And that means very shortly I should receive a push notification from the Take app that the game is about to start. I'm going into the app. There is a poll. Will Gukesh strike back in this game? What do people think, Mod?
Well, I think they have a lot of people in our app are really rooting for Gukesh now that he is behind.
Yeah.
But in this poll, actually, 52% have said no. 48% have said yes, so it's almost perfectly split.
Okay, so most people right now don't think Gukesh will strike back in this game. Now, I remember from talking to Henrik Carlsen, the father of Magnus Carlsen, telling us that it was, and we have the handshake, so we should be about to see.
The clocks have started.
Yeah. Here we go. We're actually ahead of time.
It's the queen's pawn.
He changes first moves. Gukesh, despite my belief that he should be happy with the outcome of the opening in the first game, he chooses to switch first moves. And part of the strategy behind this could be that he wants to know what Ding has prepared within the queen pawn openings. So if he chooses the king pawn opening and then the queen pawn opening, then he will kind of know, okay, this is what Ding has prepared, and then he can choose in the later games. He's going to have 5 more white games after this.
Yeah.
So then he can choose, like, okay, where do I think he played
And we have the response from Ding.
the most questionable opening. Yeah, so knight to f6, this is the most common move from Ding. Getting the knight out is something you want to do no matter what Gukesh does. And it keeps the flexibility of the position. And then the knight moves out from Gukesh as well.
Okay.
The pawn up in the center of the
position.
board. And here Gukesh, with his pawn, challenges the black pawn in the center. So this is a queen's gambit on the board.
I was hoping for a European country so that we could say that they were on a Euro trip with their openings, but no. Queen's Gambit.
Yes, Queen's Gambit. It's not the sacrifice of a queen, but it is the sacrifice of a pawn on the queen's side of the board. Although calling it a sacrifice, a gambit, which is basically giving up a pawn in the opening to gain some initiative. Technically, this is a gambit because you could take this pawn, but experience has shown that this pawn, you never manage to hold on to it. Because white can very easily open up for their bishop to immediately attack the pawn, and it's very difficult for black to keep hold of it. So technically a gambit, but it's the most common way of challenging in towards the middle, and it's not necessarily so common to accept the gambit. Instead, Ding plays pawn to e6. So this is the queen's gambit declined. Basically just saying that I want to keep a pawn in the center of the board, and if you capture mine, which interestingly is what Gukesh did, then the reason for Ding playing in this fashion is that he now had a different pawn ready to make the recapture and maintain a pawn in the center of the board. But this trade between the pawns this early on that Gukesh chose, that's very uncommon, because normally in the Queen's Gambit declined, white tries to make the argument that black's bishop is struggling to get into the game because this pawn is standing in the way of the bishop getting out and into play. So making the trade in the center, this is a very recent exploration among the top players, popularized by a certain Mr. Magnus Carlsen.
Oh, really?
Yes. So this is Magnus has tried this a couple of times the past couple of years, and I made fun of him the first time he did it. Because I was like, how can you expect to get an advantage in the opening when you allow your opponent's bishop to get into play this easily? But it turns out it's more venomous than what it appears at first sight. And it would appear that Team Gukesh has come to those same conclusions using this in the World Championship match, despite its reputation as being pretty innocuous.
Huh. I have a feeling, and my chess memory is not very good, but did we see this between Magnus and Nepo, like the symmetry with the two knights and the two pawns?
Maybe. Now I'm very embarrassed if you can remember World Championship games better than me.
Just like the pattern of those two knights and those two pawns.
But it's very similar. Like very often in this Queen's Gambit declined, or even the accepted version, you get this kind of pawn structure. So it looks very similar in very many games. So there are going to be very small nuances here, where the queen is placed now, where the knights are going. Yeah, it can. But I agree. I feel like I've seen it before.
Yeah.
I know Magnus played this against Fabiano at some point, and I also know Fabiano played this against Ariantari in the Norway Chess Tournament. Those are kind of the reference games I have in my head. Ding has played his pawn one step forward. The point of this is just having the pawns defend each other up the board, reinforcing the most forward pawn in the what is known as the pawn chain. And here, Gukesh is trying to address what we talked about, that the way he has played allows the bishop to get into play more easily. Gukesh moves his queen at a very early stage. But the point of this move is that the queen is now pointing towards this f5 square, And this is an important square because that's the square the black bishop wanted to go to. But now he cannot do that because of the queen preventing that possibility. So, it is still a problem for Ding what to do with this bishop. And that's the point of Gukesh's move.
Okay. And Ding is the first one to start thinking in this game. He has now been thinking for 2 minutes on move 6. The players have 2 hours each to reach move 41 in all the games in the World Chess Championship match. And after that, they gain 30 minutes and 30 seconds increment after each move for the rest of the game. We didn't reach move 40 yesterday. Let's see if we will today. And the World Chess Championship match is a best of 14 games battle between these two players. The first player to reach 7.5 points will be named the World Chess Champion. If they are tied still after 14 games, it will be decided in tie breaks, like it was in 2023 when Ding Liren became the world champion. He beat Jan Nepomniachtchi in Rapid and Blitz tie breaks. But still a long way to go. Ding Liren is up by 1 point in the match. Gukesh will be looking for a comeback.
It's very interesting, though, that Gukesh decides to kind of figure out what does Ding have, what is he prepared against the queen's pawn. So he already tested the king's pawn, and it's interesting because we wouldn't assume that Ding would play the French again. That would be so surprising. But instead, Gukesh really wants to know, what will you do if I play the queen's pawn? And maybe his intention with this match is not even to win, but really to just gain some information, because they still have so many more games to play. And then maybe he's just trying to figure out, where do I have my best chances? Is it with the king's pawn? Is it with the queen's pawn? Is it too early to conclude anything, Jon Ludvig?
Definitely too early. But it is curious that he avoids Gukesh avoids the king's pawn despite Ding not having kind of showcased any solid plans against it. So the queen's gambit declined, like Ding has played here. This is a very solid opening, reputable opening. Whereas the French from game
Ding?
1, not so much. Or at least not at the very, very top level. Pawn to g6. This is the normal move from Ding, a good move from Ding. The point is that the pawn will now control this important square we talked about, which is enabling the bishop to move out here on the next move, protected by the pawn and pointing in towards the queen. So this is the most common way of dealing with this opening from Black's side.
And Gukesh responds immediately.
Yeah, and this is interesting. And pawn to h6, I am not familiar with. And pawn to h3, I'm not familiar with. Okay, so this is interesting. Pawn to h3 has been played in less than 4% of games. It has only been played 5 times previously. The idea, I suspect, is that when the bishop now comes out to attack against the white queen will have to move, but at some point you're planning to go with your pawn 2 steps forward and then attack this bishop again, using your pawns very aggressively in that mission. So my suspicion right now is that pawn to h3, even though it looks like it's a very innocent move, 1 step forward on the side of the board, not really doing that much, I think it's the first step of a very ambitious plan where white plans to use the first pawn on the side to support the next pawn coming forward, and really just being very aggressive in the pawn play. So I'm excited about this move, and I'm excited that Gukesh is playing it so quickly.
And it seems there's no doubt Ding is the one that is surprised here in the opening. He spent way much more time than Gukesh.
Yeah, Gukesh has been the player to kind of direct matters so far. The early trade he made between the pawns and the center, he was the one to say, okay, I'm going to go for this variation with maybe not the greatest of reputation, but something that Magnus and Karana has experimented with in recent years.
We have the response from Ding.
Yes, he does develop the bishop
Oh, and
to the
Gukesh
square we've been
responds
talking to.
immediately again.
So the bishop now pointing in towards the queen. I'm very surprised by this next move from Gukesh. Gukesh moves his queen one step forward and attacks towards the black pawn. It feels like the most obvious move on the board, but the reason I'm surprised is that now Ding has a very obvious option of moving his queen out as well, putting the two queens up against each other. And potentially making an early trade between the queens. So I'm surprised by the fact that Gukesh is seeking a queen trade in a game where it's very important for him to win.
Okay. Well, will Ding go for it? He is now thinking again. This is definitely something Gukesh has prepared. He is blitzing out the moves.
Absolutely. This is part of Gukesh's preparation, which is why Ding is hesitating to play the obvious moves. Because he knows, okay, this looks nice for me, trying to put the queens up against each other and trying to get a queen trade. But is it really that nice when my opponent very clearly wanted to go in this direction, and they may have some scary intentions for the upcoming moves.
I have to say, I'm so curious today. What will be the intention for the players? Will they be happy with the draw, or is especially Gukesh just super eager to make that comeback before the rest day? Is it possible to say out of the opening what sort of intention they have in this game?
Well, I think they're just testing out their different ideas. But so far, White has been very successful. And we saw Magnus speak about this in his recap, that I wish I had this good of positions when I had the white pieces in the World Championship. So these players have been much more successful than even Magnus Carlsen himself in generating good white openings. And I think right now we're watching another good idea from Gukesh. My first impression is that for the third time in this match.
So we have the queen.
Yeah, so moving the queen out, that was such an obvious move. And even though Ding knows that, okay, I'm not deviating from what Gukesh has analyzed, it was too obvious of a move not to do, putting the queens up against each other. But then we see the effect of the pawn move one step forward on the side of the board, because Gukesh continues with that aggression, using the one pawn to support the next. And now White's pawn is very aggressive, but also threatening the black bishop.
But I see a bunch of comments in the YouTube chat. Salman here saying that if Ding played that queen move that he did, then it's a draw. What do you think, Jon Ludvig?
Well, I, as far as I can see, they're still sitting there thinking, playing. I feel like that is a very premature assessment. The queens are likely to be traded off now. And if the queens are traded off, then let me do it properly. So first queen takes queen, and then pawn takes queen. In this situation, Gukesh would get what is known as isolated doubled pawns. So doubled pawns is when the two pawns are on the same file, And that means that they're standing in each other's path. They're blocking each other. But then when I add the word isolated in addition to that, that's because there are no other pawns that are in a position to protect these guys. Isolated doubled pawns is one of the worst things you can do to your pawn formation.
Ooh.
So why is then Gukesh still seeking out such a situation? Well, the answer lies in the rook. Without having moved, this rook is now an active participant in the game because the pawn that stood in front of it has been moved away, opening up for the rook along the side of the board. And it is a speculation now that Gukesh might try to do a pawn sacrifice. If Ding tries to go with his bishop targeting one of these white pawns, then Gukesh might say, okay, you got me. These pawns are very difficult to defend, but if I just continue moving my pieces into the game, I can give up a pawn, but have your bishop move around so many times. This bishop now has moved 1, 2, 3, 4 times already.
Whoa.
And then, you push forward in the center. You try and blast the center open. You try and exploit the fact that the black king is still in the center of the board. Black is not ready to castle. These black pieces have not developed into the game. And white has given up a pawn, but really is getting a lot of energy with their pieces all centralized. And the rook also being involved along the side of the board. So there are some sacrifices here that we should look out for, especially since Gukesh is still in his preparation, and so he may have pre-planned, for instance, giving up this pawn on the side of the board in order to put maximum pressure on Ding. And I suspect that for the third game in a row, we're going to see the black player being significantly behind on time. In the first game, Ding was down by 30 or 40 minutes. In the second game, Gukesh was down by 45. And it's going to be a similar kind of thing here because once again, white has been successful in the opening fight.
Right. Well, we have a comment from the YouTube chat, Brian Kim, saying, watching the World Championship living in California is hell. I can't keep staying up, bro. Well, I feel for you guys in the US, and it's interesting that it's not even like good morning for you guys. It's maybe good night. Is it possible for Brian now, Ludwig, to go to sleep for some hours, get a good night's sleep, and come back to this game? Or do you think he should stay up just a little bit longer?
If you already stayed up until 1:15 a.m.,
yeah.
I think this would be the wrong moment to go to sleep. I would want to know how Ding is going to deal with this Gukesh preparation. Because the next couple of moves will give us a lot of information about the direction this game is going to take. That being said, it's unlikely that we're going to get a lot of moves quickly from Ding because he has understood that this method of playing is seriously dangerous. For him, and he's going to want to think quite deeply about how to neutralize such an aggressive pawn idea on the king side from Gukesh.
Okay, so stay with us, Brian. Stay awake to follow the action here in Game 3, and thank you to everyone who is hanging out with us here in the Take studio and in the Take app as well. We hope you're enjoying the text commentary and every single move in that app together with Maud. What's happening in the app right now, Maud?
Well, I've been trying to illustrate the most important points of the opening so far, and I've been using the arrows to kind of show this fight that has been going on. We even have it on our screen here in the broadcast, that this square on f5 that both players have tried to get control over many turns in a row. And now Gukesh has advanced his pawn, is threatening this bishop. And at the same time, there is this potential queen trade. So there's a bit of chaos in the position, kind of all of a sudden. And I'm wondering what Jon Ludvig thinks Ding is going to do here.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure.
Neither is Ding because he's thinking for a while now. But
Yeah. Well, I mean, my instinct is to trade the queens, right? But you can't really trade the queens without having some awareness of how that would activate White's rook. So Ding needs to consider how dangerous is it that if I go and capture the queen, they are going to take the queen back and then open up for the rook along the side of the board. Giving White these pawns is very favorable for Black. But then you have to consider the favorability of that as opposed to the problem of opening up for the rook. And this is, I would say, this is one of my big weaknesses as a chess player, because I will often overvalue long-term advantages.
Okay.
So having a bad pawn
Optimistic.
formation, that's a long-term disadvantage. It's a long-term advantage for the opponent because you cannot correct your pawns very easily. On the other hand, having opened up for the rook, that's a short-term advantage. If Black gets a couple of moves to regroup their pieces, then the rook having this open file is not going to matter that much because it can be neutralized if you're given enough moves to set up your defensive structure. And so what I often do is that I see, I can get a long-term advantage, and I underestimate the short-term implications of that. So Ding is not going to want to trade these queens without careful consideration of how problematic the White rook's entry is.
But if he doesn't trade the queens, then I guess he has to deal with the threat on his bishop.
Yeah.
And where is that going to go?
Well, so if you do the queen trade, the advantage of that is that right now the queen is controlling this square c2. The advantage of trading the queens could be that in that case, the bishop can advance forward and try to attack the white pawn that just recaptured a queen. However, I would say it's unlikely for Ding to go in this direction. Whether it's good or not, you're not likely to be greedy when you know your opponent has prepared this situation with chess engines. And if you're sitting there and having to figure this out on your own, you're like, okay, I'm not going to try and win a pawn here because the guy definitely has a plan for how to deal with that. So therefore, I don't think it's likely that Ding will want to move his bishop forward. I think it's more likely that he moves his bishop back, but then you can make the argument that moving the bishop back, you can also do without first trading the queens. If you wanted to move the bishop forward, then you have to trade the queens. But if you don't want to do that, you can choose to avoid the queen trade. The problem with moving the bishop back right now, this has been played twice in the past, and then there are 2 games also with queen takes queen. But I prefer queen takes queen because moving the bishop back immediately, I'm not sure Gukesh is going to be interested in maintaining the queens pointing against each other. I think if the bishop moves back, then the bishop is no longer pointing towards that area where the white queen was happy. And I think Gukesh may actually move his queen for a third time because he now has the ability to get a nice positioning for the queen and avoiding the queen trade.
Okay.
So this is a big moment for Ding then. Because what we understand is that if he doesn't go for the queen trade now, there's a chance he's never going to be able to do that.
But first, Ding needs to make a move. He's been thinking now for 12 minutes, which gives us a chance to address the huge news that just dropped on Twitter, you guys. Hikaru Nakamura is writing this. Today, I am announcing my partnership with Take. And I will be joining Jon Ludvig Hammer in a bit to do some game analysis. Hikaru Nakamura will join us in little over an hour. Incredibly exciting. Looking forward to the collaboration with Gotham Chess. Levi Rosman is also a partner with Take. And Magnus Carlsen, who is a co-founder of Take. For the Gukesh versus Ding. And he's also going to be a huge part of our World Chess Rapid and Blitz World Chess Championship coverage. Huge news. Hikaru Nakamura. Thank you. No, but it feels huge.
I want to retweet Hikaru, but I left my cell phone out in the office, so I'm going to go get that.
I'm going to allow you to run out, Jon Ludvig. We will keep an eye on the moves, but this is fantastic news, you guys. So we are looking forward to be joined by Hikaru in 1.5 hours approximately is when he will join us to talk about the games, obviously, with Jon Ludvig and Maud here to analyze what's happening. So hopefully it's not a quick draw. I am nervous about that right now.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, good.
I don't think...
Good.
I actually feel like when Jon Ludvig showed us what could happen if they avoid the queen trade, then I feel like we're going to have a totally different character. So I'm sitting here typing up the different scenarios that could happen. And now that Jon Ludvig has shown us on the board, maybe Ding will move his bishop back, and then maybe Gukesh will avoid the queen trade, giving us a totally different world of a position. So, this is an important moment, but not necessarily a draw. I think we'll have time for Hikaru to come here and
perfect
and speak about this position.
Yeah, that's going to be so cool to hear his thoughts and also, of course, talk to him about the partnership, why he thinks it's a good fit to be here with the Take. It's very cool. The two rivals, Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, but also the two biggest names in chess, basically. They are teaming up for this project, giving the whole chess world a home to follow chess easily, to follow your favorite players. Exciting stuff. So stay with us to join when Hikaru Nakamura comes on the stream. All right. Well, Ding Liren, he is still thinking, coming up to 15 minutes now. Okay, he makes his move.
He does go for the queen trade. So Ding realizes if I don't do this now, I may never have the chance. So he does go for the queen trade. He knows that doing so is going to allow Gukesh to once again play instantly. Gukesh has the choice. Do I want to capture a queen or do I want to capture a bishop? He goes for the queen, obviously. But here's the interesting next step.
Ooh.
And I said, I don't think Ding will dare to go after the white pawn. But Ding, he does dare. A very brave play by Ding, knowing that his opponent is still making moves that are recommended by a chess engine. Right now, it's basically chess engine versus Ding. And very often when that happens, you try to play the calm moves. You try to play the safe moves. But that is not what Ding has done here. He's taking the bait. He's going for the critical variation. I'm very excited about this decision from Ding. That is brave play, but it's also potentially good play.
Okay.
It is the kind of move that actually makes Gukesh feel like, okay, now I'm risking something. I'm not going to be able to play risk-free. I have now sacrificed a pawn, and I will have to play aggressively and accurately to justify my pawn sacrifice. And I think this is a great moment to remind everyone of the previous score between these two players in classical chess when Gukesh is white and Ding is black. With the black pieces, Ding has won all 3 classical games these two have played against each other. 3-0 in Ding's favor with the black pieces. That's an incredible score. And now he's using that momentum to say, okay, I'm not afraid. I will. If you sacrifice a pawn, I will take your pawn, and I will make you justify your sacrifice. And if you cannot do that, then you may be on your 4th loss against me.
And Gukesh, after thinking for a little bit, he moves his bishop.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising that Gukesh had to think there. Because obviously this must have been part of the preparations. Bishop moves out. So notice how Gukesh does nothing to protect the pawn. He was not willing to move his pieces into passive positions to keep the pawn safe. It was always Gukesh's intention that that pawn was a goner. Would not be saved. Instead, he's activating his bishop right now, pointing towards the black knight, although I don't feel like that's very significant.
Has this been played before, Jonavik? Do you have time to be looking at this?
Oh, I need to check that.
I'm sorry to give you even more tasks over there.
I mean, so queen takes queen was played twice before. Obviously, white always did the recapture. We have one game after the bishop moves in here. This is Vladimir Kramnik with the white pieces against Arjun Erigaisi.
Really?
So 2 big names. Kramnik, a former world champion. Erigaisi, currently the number 2 player in the world.
Isn't it on the live? Let me double check that on the FIDE live ratings. Well,
and after
and also
this,
an Indian friend of Gukesh.
Vladimir Kramnik did play bishop f4. So far there are no new moves. But there's only one game that has played in this same fashion, and it's with Vladimir Kramnik having the white pieces, and he is renowned for being one of the best prepared players. And now Ding goes pawn to h5. Very interesting. I think this is a great move from Ding. The reason is, if Ding had captured the white pawn immediately, then the knight would attack the bishop would try to escape, the rook would attack the bishop would only have one safe square, but then the pawn would attack the bishop, and the bishop would have nowhere safe to go. The bishop would be trapped. So with this move that Ding makes, pawn to h5, he's trying to attack the advanced white pawn in order to get it to move forward. But really what the important part is that the pawn no longer will control this f5 square, which is the square we've been talking about basically all this game. So far. If there's a most valuable square instead of a most valuable piece, that's definitely this square.
Okay.
And the reasoning for this is that now Ding may later capture the pawn and then escape back to that square. Although...
But we have a move.
Yeah, Gukesh does not move his pawn forward because of what we just reasoned. That if the pawn moves forward, then the bishop has an escape. So therefore, Gukesh tries to reinforce the position, the pawn, where it stands, because then the pawn remains preventing the bishop from moving back. And this is also the move that Vladimir Kramnik played against Erigaisi.
And I just have to say that Gukesh did a long training camp with Vladimir Kramnik some years ago. And he's also obviously a good friend of Arjun Erigaisi. both on the Indian team.
And then the interesting thing is, does Ding know about this game?
Yeah.
Or is he finding these moves over the board? He now captures on h4. Is that what was done last time as well, Jonas? Captures on g4, I mean?
Yes. So pawn takes pawn. This is nice for Ding because now he opens up for his rook, just like Gukesh opened up for his rook on the opposite side of the board. And obviously, Gukesh is going to make that recapture so that he gets the pawn, controlling the square, preventing this bishop from getting back to safety.
But now I have to ask about castling. What's going to happen with castling, especially on Gukesh?
Castling is not happening in this game.
Really?
But keep in mind that castling is a defensive move designed to get your king away from the center kind of exploding with the queens still on the board. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that castling is something you do to prevent attacks. Mm-hmm. But attacks are not that big of a concern when the queens got traded off this early. So it's looking unlikely for the players to castle, but it's not a big issue because there are no queens on the board to exploit the lack of castling.
What an interesting game. Game 3 in the World Chess Championship match 2024. This could be a good one. Wow.
And I'm so impressed that Ding isn't more like worried about entering something that very obviously Gukesh has spent less than 4 minutes so far in this game. Mm-hmm. So he's still very obviously in his preparation. We know of this game that probably Gukesh knows about. And I'm wondering how it is to be Ding and play and know that your opponent knows every single move.
Yeah.
But you still kind of trust yourself and decide that I think I still can find the best moves, even if you are very well prepared in this position. What did Erigaisi play in this position, Jonuzik?
So Erigaisi at this point chose to capture the white pawn and accept the pawn sacrifice.
Did you say how this game ended?
No, I did not. The game ended in a draw.
Okay.
It was a rapid game because, well, Kramnik has retired from classical chess. So he only plays quicker time formats these days. But he plays well, obviously, still.
World champion.
And based on the fact that he played like this, he now precedes a world championship game.
Yeah.
I think the most interesting thing I can conclude from this is that Kramnik is very much still analyzing a lot of chess. He's still generating ideas and putting a lot of work into his openings, because that's what he always was famous for. But he didn't stop just because he retired from classical chess.
Mm-hmm. Thank you to everyone who is following us and hanging out with us here in the Take studio. Please, if you do enjoy it, give us a thumbs up, a like on YouTube. We would really appreciate it. Now, Ding has been thinking for 3.5 minutes. He is down to 1 hour and 24 minutes-ish to reach move 41. Gukesh has way more time. Still 1 hour and 56 minutes for Gukesh. Maybe he's still in his preparation, young Gukesh. I don't think you have talked about the top computer move for Ding in this position, Jon Ludvig, and you are analyzing all of this without any help of computers. What do you think is the top computer move in this position?
Well, I was kind of thinking it was taking the pawn. Okay, so, well, that's a hint. It's not taking the pawn. I guess... Because there's also an issue with this bishop could potentially pressure down towards the knight and towards the rook. So I was thinking maybe I can go with the knight up here to give protection to the bishop.
So you found the right piece. But
Yeah, okay, I found the right piece, but not the right square. Well, then there's not much left to discuss then. So moving the knight into the center is
That's
the best
top computer
move.
yeah.
I guess it makes sense in that the pawn is not running away, although is it not? The problem with this move is that then Gukesh would be able to move his knight back and protect his own pawn, while right now it's not so much about protecting pawns. Gukesh has shown a willingness to sacrifice the pawn. That's not the issue. Right now, Gukesh is trying to trap the black bishop that is really caught behind enemy lines. And by moving the knight back, it's not so much about protecting the pawn as it is preventing the bishop from escaping. Next move, the white rook would move over, attack the bishop. The bishop would only have one safe square, and then that square would stop being safe, and Gukesh would win the game. So, yeah, if Ding chooses not to capture the pawn right now, that would be serious for his bishop. That would make it more difficult for his bishop to survive this game.
Mm-hmm. Well, I see in the YouTube chat a bunch of people are saying they would play knight to the D7 square.
Yeah.
Right here. There's also a question from Toonsky. Is bishop b4 a good move or not a bad move? Is that's it?
Yeah. Bishop up. It's similar to moving the knight into the middle, I think. In that it's a good placement for the piece, but it still doesn't answer the big question, which is what is black supposed to do when the knight moves back, protects the pawn, and gets ready to trap the bishop? So the reason my suggestion was to go with the knight out on the edge of the board is because at least then I had the idea that the knight would move up to protect the bishop and thereby keeping the bishop safe. And it's very interesting that the chess engine is not recommending either the knight up to protect or the bishop kind of zigzagging its way out of danger, but rather completely ignoring the whole situation with the problematic bishop and moving the knight in to the center of the board. This strikes me as a very difficult move for Ding, because it seemingly does nothing to help the bishop, which is the current big problem in the position.
All right, he's been thinking for 8 minutes, Ding, but probably not stressed because he knows from game one when he spent so much time in the opening. He was more than 45 minutes down on the clock from Gukesh, but he still came back and won that game. So do you think he's stressed at all, Jon Ludvig, or do you think he's...
I mean, I think he's definitely stressed.
Oh, okay.
He's gone into a position that is very tricky, that his opponent obviously is familiar with. The opening has been a big success for White yet again, which for someone like me who's mostly following Magnus's World Championships is somewhat of a rarity, because there, time after time, both against Caruana and against Nepomniachtchi, Magnus never really managed to get a good opening with the white pieces. Or at the very least, he rarely managed to do so. So the success rate of putting pressure with white has been very high so far this match, and this game is no exception to that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be interesting no matter what he chooses to do here, because either we'll get this, he'll be leading by a pawn, and that will be an imbalance in itself. Or, as Jon Ludvig has showed us already, maybe that bishop will struggle to kind of escape and might even get trapped. So there's a lot to think about here.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess also the fact that if Erigaisi, he chose to take the pawn, and that kind of worked out for him against Kramnik, I guess that could also indicate that maybe that is the simplest way to continue, the most straightforward way, while developing pieces and kind of ignoring your bishop that's almost trapped. That could be very stressful for Ding in the long run, I think.
Okay. 10 minutes now thinking Ding Liren. I'd see in the app mod that a couple moves ago, move 11 for Ding was a great move. You highlighted that as a great move.
And Ludwig said it was a great move, and I
missed it. I missed it. Is it too late now? Have I lost the...
Well, we
I
may have
actually don't-
changed our minds.
Oh, okay. I will not hit my beautiful great move button on my stream deck here.
Ludwig said this is a great move, and I wasn't sure if you really meant like a great move, the one that we have like in the app and with that goes flying over the screen here, but I still thought it was a great move by Ding, so...
Yeah, well, it was a good move, but the problem is Gukesh plays perfect moves, always.
Oh, so you
So
perfect move.
Ding playing great moves doesn't really help out that much because Ding is doing everything perfectly since he's still in his preparation.
Yeah. So we do have buttons here on the stream deck, so I will try to pay attention to when Jon Ludwig says great move, blunder, take. My favorite, I'm still looking for that when we have 3 captures in a row. Hopefully in this game I can push
3
that
captures in a row is pretty rare, but we did have a possibility yesterday with all the bishops that were pointed against each other.
We can get it now because in the previous moves, there was a capture on G4, a recapture. And if now Ding takes, I mean, it will be take, and then maybe wait 20 minutes and then take. But
Well, that doesn't work. It needs to be
take.
take. Oh, you mean like in
No,
terms
she's
of how
just-
much time they spent?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's a good observation.
Okay, I'm
Could be the 3rd capture in a row. But
okay. I will keep my finger on the take button.
But because they spend so much time, it's not exactly the same as when grandmasters are analyzing and they're like takes, and they just...
Yeah, and especially Hikaru Nakamura, which is joining our stream in a little over an hour. He is someone who often says takes. Many times. All right, well, exciting stuff, you guys. Will we see another capture here? Can we, for the first time, hit the take button? Thrilling stuff.
And if we can't do that, then we can say that we're in a totally new position that we haven't had before.
So either way, something is happening.
Yeah.
Either it's going to be a new move, or it's going to be a take.
12 and...
What are you rooting for, Jon Ludwig, if you're only thinking about how interesting the game is going to be? What do you think is the best?
Well, I think the game is very, very interesting regardless. No, because either the bishop is under severe danger of being trapped, or Gukesh will have sacrificed a pawn. And either case is very thrilling, in my opinion. This has been a very exciting start to the game, which is kind of funny, given that in the beginning I was like, oh yeah, trading these pawns this early on move 4, which Gukesh did. That's like it was considered not many years ago. That was considered completely, not very dangerous.
Oh, what happened
at all.
in those years?
Well, what happened is that Magnus started playing it, and he showed some ideas that it can be more dangerous than you first would imagine, given that the pawn trade enables Ding's bishop to get easier into the game. And now Ding is showcasing that, yeah, my bishop did get into the game more easily because of the early pawn trade in the middle. But now the bishop is about to be trapped.
Yeah.
So Gukesh is like, yeah, I'll let your bishop come out, no problem. I'm just gonna trap your I'm gonna trap your bishop. That's why I'm letting it get into the game.
All right. Ding Liren is still thinking. We can see on our screens here in the studio that he is leaning forwards on the chessboard. He is taking a look at the entire position. He is not sitting still. He's actually, and then he's looking up. I'm not sure if Gukesh is sitting there and if he's looking at Gukesh or just up in the air. I heard this. So he's leaning forward, sort of looking over the chessboard. And is that important, Jon Ludvig? Like a tip for beginners to try to not only see behind your own pieces, but try to see the whole position from like above, a little bit like we have our own analysis board here.
I would say I'm able to view the whole board where I'm sitting without necessarily going. But I do think it is
like for someone at
common
my level, right? I will often get too focused on my own pieces, my half of the board, and I kind of forget the other half.
And you think leaning over would help against that?
Don't you think like you get more of an overview of the whole situation?
I
just
remember
your
that
point
my
of view?
parents told me that my one of my first chess coaches when we were living in California, he would say he would be very impressed with me, even though I wasn't very good at the time. My chess coach would say to my parents, "Oh, he has great board vision," and what he meant by that is that I had the ability to see what was going on everywhere, which wasn't a given for 9-year-olds. So I think the concept of board vision is definitely a thing. I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
But I don't think it actually has anything to do with your regular vision. It's like, well, it's like your chess vision, your ability to see the harmony in the chess pieces.
And also, a lot of these players, they're so good that, I mean, they're sitting there with their eyes closed. They don't even need to be looking at the
That's
board.
such a good point.
They
Yeah.
they kind of ignore what's really going on with these pieces. They just have it in their mind. And I mean, Gukesh, he's always sitting with his eyes closed. And I'm posting some pictures of that as well in the app a few moves ago, because I think it's very fascinating that he seems very at peace, but then he's actually thinking about the position.
Yeah. Interesting. Now, I think we have quite a few new viewers actually to our behind the scenes stream here in the Take studio, especially after Hikaru posted on Twitter that he is partnering with Take and will join our stream later. So, Ludvig, maybe for some new viewers, should we, while Ding is still thinking, explain how we got here? What's been happening in this game?
Yeah, I'll start from scratch and move back to the starting position. We have had an exciting game so far, and especially this will give me another opportunity to talk about that early pawn trade, which really has influenced the game so far. So I'm just going to do the chess player thing of trying to centralize all the pieces. Gukesh, first off, chose a different move today than he did in game one. So he's exploring what Ding has prepared as his defenses. Ding moves his knight out early. This is the most common move. It's very flexible. You want your knight here in most openings anyway, and so you decide where to put your pawns based on what your opponent does. Gukesh utilizes that same strategy, after which Ding says, okay, I will, if you're copying my knight moves, I will also copy your pawn moves. After pawn forward, this was what is known as a queen's gambit, and the queen's gambit was declined with Ding not capturing the white pawn and instead choosing to reinforce his pawn should white choose to capture. Now, making the trade in the center is uncommon because of how it opens up for this light squared, the bishop that moves on the light squares. Even so, that was Gukesh's choice today. And after the trade, we have seen that the bishop was able to get into play for Ding, but now is under risk of being trapped. So yeah, the bishop had an easier time getting into the game, but it also got caught behind enemy lines. Gukesh continued with his knight forward. Ding reinforced the protection in towards the center, making a chain of pawns that are protecting each other up the board. Gukesh moved his queen out. The point of this move was to try and prevent the black bishop from getting easily into the game, with the queen taking control of that square. And Ding says, well, I will push my pawn one step forward, regain control here, so that I can use my bishop to attack your queen afterwards. And this is the moment where Gukesh played a very interesting, pretty new plan, which we have since learned has also been used by Vladimir Kramnik, the former world champion. Pawn one step forward on the side, much more dangerous than it looks initially, because the point of this is to push the next pawn 2 steps forward afterwards. Ding went with his bishop, attacked the white queen. The white queen moved away, attacking a black pawn. But then Ding said, no, I will protect my pawn, and put the queens up against each other. Gukesh, though, he used the opportunity to push the pawn forward. He has an attack on the bishop. And here I said that I think Ding is going to retreat his bishop because it's too scary moving the bishop forward, given that you know that your opponent is in their pre-prepared preparation. And yet, Ding chose to take the challenge. He traded the queens that were up against each other. The disadvantage of that trade is that now there's an opening for the white rook along the edge of the board. The bishop came in, threatening one of the white pawns, but also leaving itself with a lack of escape squares. So now the game is really revolving around whether Ding is going to lose this bishop if it's going to be caught behind enemy lines with no way to escape. The white bishop moves forward. Ding tries to create an escape for his bishop. He moves his pawn 2 steps forward on the side of the board. He wants to have this white pawn move forward because that would mean that the white pawn no longer controls one of the important squares, which in turn would allow the bishop to get back into the game. But Gukesh is not going to allow that. He just protects the pawn in place. And after the pawn trade, take, and now we're waiting for whether we get another take, a third take in a row, if Ding now accepts Gukesh's pawn sacrifice.
How much more time can he allow himself to spend, Ding? Now 23 minutes. He is ticking down to 1 hour left to reach move 41, and he's only in move 13 right now. How much more time can he allow himself to spend?
I tend to think this is okay because this is such an important decision. But I will say, I think, at least from a practical point of view, it was a mistake by Ding to move his bishop into enemy territory. Because the fact that he made that decision is now influencing the fact, it is why he needs to spend so much time figuring out how to get the bishop out safely after the fact. So had he played more passively with his bishop, maybe Gukesh technically would have a better position, but at the very least, then Ding wouldn't have to spend this much time being scared that the bishop will never return home.
When will he make his move? When will he make up his mind? What will be his decision? The reigning champion Ding Liren is in deep concentration, trying to find the path forwards in this game. He looks up. Oh, I thought he was going to make the move, but he just shifted the hand. He was leaning his head on. Now with his hand, with his head in his hands. Oh, I wish I could see inside his head right now.
Kaya, I've been seeing a lot of comments, and I'm actually wondering this myself. But why do we have a hole in our table?
Well, good question, and it's the answer is very annoying. So this chessboard is built in beautifully. We custom built this table for the studio with a built-in board, and on that side where there's a hole, it's the possibility to have the clock. It's a DGT board, which makes it possible for us to, you know, if we want to play tournaments in here, we could. But now we can't find the lid. It's gone. And I know, it's extremely annoying. We cannot find the lid for that hole. We have the one for the other side.
Yeah, because this one fits very nicely.
Yeah.
There is technically a hole here, but no one can tell because it's so well covered.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm sorry about that. Please try not to be too much annoyed by the fact that there is a hole next to the board. I try to not look at it myself.
Don't lose any pieces down there either.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's the key part, right? Just it fits. Even the queens fit.
Maybe we should make a point out of that. If something like if we have a huge sacrifice, then we just throw the piece in there. Beautiful. That piece just left the building. Oh, I like that. Let's do that.
So we'll make use of the hole.
We will make use of the hole at least. Well, when we first have to deal with it being there. Ding, what are you gonna do? Thinking for 26 minutes.
This is a lot of time to be spending. I feel like the other reason I think this is a bit strange that he's thinking for this long is that he knew that this was going to happen. Oh!
Wait,
Whoa!
we have a guy coming into the studio.
We have
Who is
a
this?
guy. All right. Hallelujah. You guys, our CEO, Mats, just came into the room with a missing piece. Oh, that's so nice. Mats, sit down. Okay, nice. Where was it?
It was in my backpack.
So you had the missing piece to the chess table?
Yeah, all the way
Nice.
to Singapore and back.
Because you've been to Singapore.
Yes.
You have been to the place where this match is actually happening. And you came back yesterday.
Yeah. Yesterday evening.
What was it like?
Good to be back.
Good to be back. Good to have you back. It's been like a Home Alone party without the CEO here at the office. At the start of
Massive
the-
FOMO on my part.
Yeah, because we've had some fun here. It's been cool to kick it off. The first like big event that we cover in Take
Yeah.
Take Take. But
Amazing.
what was Singapore like?
It was great. It was my first time. I was there for 5 days. First for the freestyle chess event, and then for the World Championship the first day, the opening ceremony. Yeah, good vibes. Great meeting. Lots of different people in the chess world. Get introduced to chess players and to first time I met Emil from FIDE.
Yeah.
And had good talks with Magnus. Yeah, just was a very good time.
So
And
cool.
it was a very exciting first game as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you were actually there
Lucky.
to witness it in the venue.
Yeah, I was there just for the few first hours, but it was fascinating. I was standing together with Maurice Ashley and Vishy Anand,
Yeah.
and they were discussing the opening and the fact that Ding was in the tank already in, like, what was it, move 7 or something? Yeah. So, of course, I'm not a professional chess player, so I don't know the coordinates as well as they do, so it was very hard following the. But that was also the first time I felt like, oh, what like I'm missing out on this analysis because they were so deep in the variations and all different people joined to discuss the moves, and of course Vishy was there as the best chess player. And fascinating in the venue, there's no evaluation bars, there's nothing, right? There's just the feed from the board, so you are basically without an engine, and you have these amazing people discussing the lines and the shape of Ding and like how could he come this unprepared. He chose the opening. Yeah, it was a great time.
Yeah. Well, and it's cool, right? Because this is one of the reasons you co-founded this company together with Magnus. You've been a chess fan for a long time, but not a chess player, as you say. But to give chess to the whole world, to make everyone able to follow the cool sport that chess is.
Yeah, hopefully the commentators here in the stream and in the app is doing a good job of helping people understand the moves. It was we have to pinch ourselves a little bit. We are now a month into this, and already on the venue, I could see several people walking around with the app as their sort of place to follow the game.
We're being read in Singapore.
Exactly. Around the whole world. And it's huge news dropping about an hour ago. Mats, Hikaru Nakamura is teaming up with us.
Yeah, very excited about that. And about time we could sort of officially release the news. I think people have been looking for an official statement from either parties. Also because of the name. Obviously, it's a sort of a Hikaru saying. So I think the fans have been awaiting sort of either a collaboration or like a banter or something. Now we can officially say that we're teaming up with Hikaru as well, and excited to follow him going forward.
But then maybe we can also tell the story of how the name came about, because it isn't sort of the vision with it wasn't to copy Hikaru or to take something he would often say. We were at the subway in London. We were meeting with some people we were that were helping us with design and stuff like that. And you said to me, I think Take is a good name. And I said like, what? That's strange. But that name was your idea.
Yeah, I don't know if it was my idea or if it was something that came up in a conversation, but it's true. We were on the subway in London. We were about to meet the agency that helped us with the brand, Design Studio, who did Champions League, Premier League, Airbnb.
It's so cool.
Extremely a good design agency. And I mean, we just had this conversation on the subway that Take is a very interesting name because it has so much energy in it. It's such a sort of iconic phrase in the chess world. Everyone, when they analyze games, they say take, etc. So, and it had this sort of memorability to it, which is very important with names. And as a designer from background, I also love like how the typography sits and the repetition of the words and as you used in the graphics, like ding ding ding, like it has lots of creative ways that you could play with the three words being repeated.
Yeah, definitely. And I keep my finger on the take button right now, because if we actually have a capture in the next move, for the first time in the match, we're going to have a take situation. So this is an exciting moment. Ding's been thinking for more than half an hour now on move 13, you guys. Still not made up his mind. What will it be? These guys are sitting in Singapore. Mats is just coming back from Singapore. What was the weather like? What is it like for the players to be there?
Well, coming from Norway, it was great. But very, very humid. And sort of rain looming all the time, thunderstorms. I think one of the days, Magnus and Fabi, they were out on a yacht, and not the day they played, but the day after or something, they went out to do some photos, and there was a sudden storm, and the weather has been good.
But is it like, because we know especially Magnus during World Championship matches has really enjoyed, especially on rest days, to play some sports, to be outside, to get fresh air?
Yeah.
Is that sort of something the players do?
I went for a run. That was very difficult because of just the heat and the humidity. Like I was soaking wet. I don't know if it was because of the rain or the sweat, or a combination. But it's I think it takes a bit of time to get used to those temperatures. But for Ding and for Gukesh, maybe I hope they spent some time before Singapore to get used to that temperature and.
That's often what Magnus would do before the World Championship matches he played. He would have a 2-week training camp right before.
And I have to interrupt you guys. We have a move. It's not the take. We still have to wait for that. It's the top computer move from Ding. He finds it after thinking for 35 minutes.
Yeah, I said I thought this was a difficult move, but Ding figures it out. And I'm now really interested in seeing what's going to happen if Gukesh now changes his tune about the sacrifice and decides to move his knight back, protecting the pawn that the black bishop was pointing towards. Because this would really limit the available moves to the bishop. And I'm frankly not understanding what Ding has in store. Should the bishop now, I say become Gukesh's focus, but frankly, that bishop has been the focus throughout, and it will continue to be so.
Now we've added to the app. We already had kind of prepared a comment for this move because Jon Ludvig had been discussing it, and then the main point is that bishop might be trapped, and that Ding is actually prioritizing getting his pieces out. So this is a bold move, but also this has never been played before because now we finally abandoned the Kramnik-Erigaisi game.
A novelty, a new move from Ding, but man, it took him some time.
Yeah, he now has less than an hour to reach move 41. Gukesh now thinking he still only spent 6 minutes so far in the entire game. Incredible. But now, do you think he's surprised? Because we know there was a game up until this moment played by Kramnik and Erigaisi, who Gukesh, he knows both of them, probably has been looking at that game. And in that game, another move was played.
No, actually, I'm more surprised that Gukesh is not playing quicker. Because the thing about playing moves that are recommended by the chess engines, number one, great. You're showcasing your skill and so on. But number two, that means your opponent will likely have analyzed the move. Because very often you just go and you're like, okay, what does the chess engine recommend here? And then you're like, okay, so if they do this, I do this. And oftentimes what happens when the players get out of their preparation is that someone does something that was not recommended by the engine, which therefore the opponent has not analyzed, because you usually focus on what the chess engines feel are the best plans moving forward. So the fact that this position, despite feeling very fresh and original, had previously been played by, like you said, Kaya, by people that Gukesh is very much familiar with, it means that he should be fairly familiar with the current situation, and then he should have analyzed this knight move. If it is, like you said, well, I don't know why I'm saying if, but when it's recommended by the chess engines, that should be part of Gukesh's preparation. So I'm really surprised that Gukesh is thinking now, because this feels like, I mean, it's impressive that he's so well prepared this far into the game. But having been so well prepared so far, it would be strange if he then stops his analysis after Ding plays the best move.
Well, he definitely is thinking now, Gukesh. Mats, you're a quite good chess player at like our level, kind of. What can you reveal your rating on chess.com?
It's like 1400. Yeah.
Okay, well, exactly. So it's quite good. What would you consider to do here? That would be a cool question for you, Ludwig, now. What would you consider to do here with the white pieces?
I haven't watched the game so far today, unfortunately, but looking at the position and the talk of the bishop potentially being trapped, that is something to look for. I don't know if obviously it isn't trapped, but I think as white I would look for that. But I would also just be devastated about my king safety, or be very worried that my king has nowhere to go, or I couldn't castle, or so I would just never play this. I think, as white.
Yeah. Exactly. And we were talking about the castling earlier, because I was also like, what on earth are they not castling? But apparently, according to Jon Ludvig, because the queens came off so early, it's not that dangerous. Or what do you say, Jon Ludvig?
Yeah, no, I think it's very interesting to hear Mats have that same concern, right? Because I wouldn't even consider it. I wouldn't even think that someone could be concerned because you're not castling when the queens are traded off the board. And I think it's a very good illustration of how to be the best commentator that you can be, you do need someone to give you a bit of input into the things that you take for granted. Because it's very easy for me to explain why you don't have to be concerned about the lack of castling, but it is genuinely difficult for me to understand that is one of the main things that I need to be talking about.
Yeah. And I can also tell you, Mats, that you were completely right about which piece to look at. So you said the rook. So the computer top move is a rook. So where do you think? It's hand brain again.
Right.
You're going to move a rook. Where should you move it to?
Give this challenge to Ludwig as well. I don't think he's going to find it.
Okay, so it's a
You don't think I'm going to find
move.
it? There's two moves in this position. It's knight back to protect the pawn, and then there's rook over to immediately attack the bishop.
And that's not
Any
correct.
move other than that would be crazy.
Well,
Really? Okay, so the top computer move
that's
is a
interesting.
crazy move, you guys. Huh.
It
what
wasn't
would
Wait,
that-
be?
you want to go rook here?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Why?
Because number one, you're abandoning the first rank, so potentially Ding can get his rook forward and point towards the king. And
I
now
would be
I'm
very-
now I'm with you. Now I'm not so sure I'm liking the king situation. Number two, the rook moves forward where it's not doing anything. Like if the point was to attack along the third rank, then there are two knights standing in that path. It makes no sense. And then you're not doing anything neither to attack the bishop, nor are you doing anything to prevent the bishop from capturing your pawn. No, this rook move is impossible.
Huh.
So they wouldn't find it?
Well, Gukesh could find it if he was in his preparation, right? Mm-hmm. Because Ding played the top computer move, and then Gukesh could randomly know that this move, which looks like madness to a human, is actually the best move because he was still within what he had looked at before the game. But the fact that Gukesh started thinking now, that tells me he's on his own now. He's had a great opening. He's created a lot of chances for himself. With this very thrilling kind of chase to go after the bishop and sacrificing a pawn, which Ding then in turn chose not to capture. But if he doesn't know it already, I do not think he will manage to find this rook lift, because it has. Well, I'm sure it has some internal logic, but it is very difficult to understand.
Okay.
Because that's not the way to defend the pawn then, because you need to move two.
No, I mean, if you go rook
Pieces.
here, I can still take the pawn.
Yeah,
It's not doing
that's too
anything
slow. Yeah.
for that. But I will say, now that you mentioned this move, there are some ideas where the rook can actually move over afterwards
And then you threat
point
the bishop as well. Yeah.
towards the king.
Oh, wow. That looks dangerous.
And then the king would have to move, which is not optimal, but maybe not a serious issue either. So it creates this whole new area of possibilities to explore. Actually, maybe no. Okay, so maybe in a position like this, maybe the point could be that this is kind of similar to what Gukesh did yesterday, moving the rook up because you want to move the bishop afterwards, but you don't want the bishop to stand in the path of the rook. Maybe that could be an idea. And the rook up there is very mysterious. Like I said, the knight back and rook over to attack the bishop. What both of those moves have in common is that we're immediately creating problems for Black's bishop, whereas this rook up on the side of the board it's very mysterious. And mysterious can be good because that means you're kind of disguising your plan. But mysterious is also difficult for the human mind to find.
Sometimes, we've had discussions before if when you're in your preparation, should you ever make a fake thinking break like this?
Yeah.
And then actually Gukesh knows
Fake
exactly
break.
what to do, but then he might just spend 10 minutes to kind of make Ding think that he doesn't know what he's doing. And I've done this in my games, and then Ludwig has told me that's not a good idea, and it doesn't really help.
I don't like that because I think if you play quickly and kind of tell your opponent, I'm still in my preparation, that's going to scare them more. And it's going to save you some time.
Then take
So if you're trying to kind of disguise that you're still in prep, then that's going to cost you some time on the clock, and it's going to make your opponent less stressed. So instead, what is pretty common, and I know Magnus does this quite a bit, is pretending like you're in preparation even if you're not. To play quickly.
We have a move.
Even when...
We have a move. It wasn't a computer move. We have another move. The bar stays ish in the center here. But what's happening?
The knight moves back. It protects the pawn that the bishop has been aiming at for some time. And now the bishop is trapped. There is no way for the bishop to get out of its current situation. And the rook is ready to move over and attack the bishop. So why has Ding then allowed this situation to happen? And this is why Ding's move was such a difficult one. Because it seemingly made no sense just calmly moving your knight into the middle of the board when that would lead to your bishop having no safe escapes. And I think the move now, yes, and Ding has already played this. Rook to g8. The rook moves one step to the side. The point of this move is to enable the pawn to push forward next. And in order to do that, the pawn will need the rook's protection. And when this pawn moves forward, now the bishop is going to have the escape. Because now we've opened up this diagonal even further, allowing the bishop to move away. The problem is, if rook moves over now, the bishop is under attack. And the bishop has nowhere safe to go.
But you can threaten the other bishop with
yes.
The pawn. Yeah.
So when you push this pawn forward, it's not just that allows you to open up an escape for your bishop, but it also puts an attack on white's bishop. And that's the key. You allow your own bishop to be captured because you create counter threats on the opposite side. And now Gukesh cannot both save his own bishop and capture Ding's. So this is, and this rook to g8 move, it was played very quickly by Ding. Obviously, he had seen this in advance because frankly, he wouldn't be able to so calmly play his knight into the center of the board if not for the fact that he had a counter plan ready.
So are you saying, Ludwig, that you're really liking it for Ding right now?
No, I'm just saying that he doesn't lose immediately.
Okay, well, that's always
no,
a
because
good
I mean, if
sign.
not for this move, the game is over. If not for this move, the bishop is lost behind enemy lines. So it's not that this is necessary. It's a good move, right? But it's completely necessary.
Ludwig, what do you think about the arrows that I made? I have, of course, written in the app a text that accompanies this, but do they just confuse people? Is this too many arrows to make in one board? I'm trying to show that the pawn will go up, as you said, attack the bishop, and create the escape route for the other one to retreat.
No, it's a difficult thing to do, right? Because I think you've made a good attempt, but also it is close to being too many arrows, in my opinion.
I kind of like it, but I also just heard Ludwig's explanation, of course. But there is an explanation to these arrows also with text commentary in the Take app. Gukesh is thinking right now, and before I let you go back to CEO tasks, Mats, what's happening going forwards? What's going to be some features? What will happen with the Take app? Because it's not finished.
It's not finished. No, this is just the beginning. This is the first big tournament that we are covering with both the broadcast and the app. We're still a long way from a product that we think is good enough, but it's a good start. We will now continue to cover the World Championship. Directly after this, we will play, or we'll actually host a match in this studio.
Yeah.
I won't reveal the names. You can do that later.
Yeah.
And then there's the Champions Chess Tour together with chess.com that we will be covering and doing some exciting stuff with them. And then it's the World Rapid and Blitz, which we are very excited about. Magnus is playing. It's the most fun format. We have the live studio broadcast. We have Levy in New York. So I'm very excited about that. And then next year, I think we're back to sort of the normal grind where it's about creating an even better product. We have some cool visions for the fantasy chess game, bringing that back. We have Guess the Move. That is a plan to get the audience more engaged in the game and guessing all the moves, competing with their friends, families, colleagues, and with us as the commentators and the hosts. So the app will only get better, and the community will be stronger. And I'm very excited about what's after this.
Yeah. We are too, Mats. Thank you so much for coming by the office. You're welcome to stay, but I definitely understand.
I'll get back to some things, but I'll join sometime later.
Let everyone know.
Yeah.
Drop by.
This should be an easy thing to do.
Exactly.
Good luck on the rest of the... I have 1,000 questions for you, Ludwig, but I will save them for later.
Well, do you have one question for him then, before you leave? Gukesh has been thinking for 6 minutes
I think one question that I had is, because it seems very important to be able to move this pawn to open up for a retreat square for the bishop. Was there any way that Gukesh could have made it so that he couldn't retreat it, like moving the pawn, moving the bishop?
Very good question. Moving the pawn forward is not going to accomplish what you're hoping. Because even though that prevents Black's pawn from advancing forward, it also means that the bishop now immediately has access to a retreat square.
Right.
However, your idea of placing something in front of the pawn is a very good one. And we could potentially see Gukesh move his bishop to stand in the way of the pawn advancing, which in turn creates problems for Black's bishop. And then I guess my expectation would be for the knight to move away to try and chase the bishop out of position. And if the bishop moves, then the pawn will be able to advance after all. So obviously, Ding, he spent, 35, 40 minutes on this knight into the middle move. Ding has spent a lot of time calculating exactly this.
It was not that move that was hard to find, or maybe
no,
that as
this
well, but
move was super hard to find. So you're saying it was difficult to understand that this move was available because... this is the current situation. It was difficult to figure out that this move was a possibility because it had to be followed up by the rook move, which is a little bit mysterious. But now that we kind of understand what's going on with pushing the pawn up in order to get the bishop back, now we have a greater appreciation of the detail Ding has put into this.
So what's the prediction for the rest of the game? Is this a draw position, or is
No, this is a very tense, unbalanced position. Ding also is way behind on time. This is not the first time Ding has been behind on the clock. So we do feel like he's managed to navigate this problem previously. But it could definitely affect him in that he may not be able to find as many good moves going forward as he has managed so far.
Interesting. Thinking now for almost 10 minutes, Gukesh. He is taking down to 1 hour and 30 minutes left to reach move 41. But Ding, he only has 53 minutes left. And they're only in move 15, you guys. What will be the result? What you bet, Mats?
Well, I like that Ludwig don't think this is at least a boring draw, but that there's something to play for here. I feel sorry for Ding. I'm very excited that he made a sort of a comeback for the World Championship to make the match more exciting. But I'm also very excited about the opportunity that Gukesh could be the youngest world champion ever, and that India could kind of win the throne back after Magnus took it from Anand. So I'm very torn between these two players. I don't have any personal sort of relationship or not rooting for anyone personally. I'm rooting for an exciting world championship, and if Ding now makes a win, or either player actually just takes a win, I think that says a lot about the match and the competitiveness and how close they are, and where I mean getting a win in the first game. I don't know when that last happened. Like
2006.
Okay, yeah,
and hardly ever before that, basically.
So that's I'm very excited that we have such a competitive match.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
All right, I'm gonna let you to it.
Thanks you so much for joining. It's good to have you back in Oslo, Mats.
Good to be back.
All right. Well, we'll continue cover this game 3 in the World Chess Championship match 2024. Backstage here in the Take studio. Thank you for hanging out with us. We really enjoy having you, and I keep an eye on the chat and YouTube at all times, looking for good questions or good comments from you, and I can see there's a bunch. Gukesh has been thinking for 11 minutes now. Is this a crucial moment now, Jon Ludvig, in this game?
I mean, in some ways, I guess the crucial moment was when Gukesh had this very special rook up maneuver. So maybe that was a missed opportunity for him. I'm surprised by the fact that he's spending so much time thinking right now, because my impression is that the rook move Ding just played was the only way Ding could survive this. So I'm curious what Gukesh was expecting when he moved his knight back, if not this rook move. Because very often I feel like if your opponent only has one good move available, well, then you should have a pre-planned idea against that. And here it seems like, well, I guess what I'm curious about is, did Gukesh think that he was going to win this game because the bishop couldn't escape? Had he not seen Ding's idea for how to save the bishop? And I'm kind of thinking maybe that's the case, given that he's now spending so much time after having made a big decision to move the knight back on the previous move. Because if he was thinking in this situation, here he has, Gukesh would have a lot of choices. He would have the rook attacking the bishop, the knight back, and also this very peculiar rook up on the king's side of the board. But once he commits himself to the knight move, now it's too late to go in a different direction, which is why if he decided to go for the knight move, he should have had a plan ready after Ding's only, as far as I can tell, escape to save the bishop.
Yeah, it is interesting that Gukesh is thinking here. Maybe he changed his mind, though. Maybe his plan was originally to put the bishop in that blocking way that you were showing earlier as a response to Mats' question. Or maybe he's considering what the computer is saying is the best move, which is to go the other way with the bishop and retreat it in that way so that it doesn't get attacked by the pawn.
Wait, what? Where?
To e3, the bishop.
Immediately?
That's what the pink arrow that I can turn on in the Take app is telling me.
Yeah. Is that another weird move by the computer?
Yeah,
A very unhuman move.
Very strange move.
Okay. And the fact that Ludwig is also kind of reacting in such a way to all of the computer moves also can tell us that it must be very difficult for Gukesh and Ding to sit there.
No, but we had an analysis, right? Where I moved this bishop forward, getting the knight to go back, and then moving the bishop back. And are you going to then tell me that it's better to move the bishop back when the knight is in the middle of the board? That is counterintuitive to a human. That if I could have gotten this situation here with the knight on the edge, that feels a lot better than getting this situation with the knight still in the middle. So for that reason, this is a very difficult move. Although I will say, with the knight here on the edge of the board, the knight is doing a good job of offering protection to this pawn as it advances. So now if the rook were to come and attack the bishop could move back, stand in the way of its own rook, but it's not a concern because the knight is here to protect the pawn. Whereas if we move the bishop back immediately, like you were saying,
like the computer was saying,
then pawn push forward, rook over, bishop back. The bishop cannot position itself here because then the white bishop, can capture the black pawn. Okay, so there actually is a good argument to be made that it's better to make the bishop retreat, anticipating black's attack on the bishop. It could be better doing that earlier. Although now I'm wondering if the rook attacks the bishop, pawn attacks white's bishop as a counter, and then bishop back. Is this not the very same thing as if and then the bishop would need to escape? This is pretty much the same thing as if the bishop moves back first, right?
Oh, and we have a move, and it's Mats' move.
There are some nuances here.
It's Mats' move to play the pawn to g5.
Good job, CEO Mats.
Okay.
You're puzzled, Jon Ludvig.
Yeah, no, I don't understand this. Because now the bishop is getting out. Pawn forward attacks the knight, prevents black's pawn from moving up. But it also allows the bishop to get back. So now the knight out on the edge, I'm assuming, because then we can attack white's bishop. And then white's bishop is going to hide in the corner. Now, we don't want to put the bishop back here like we were doing previously, because then the bishop would be blocking the pawns advancing forward in the middle. Whereas in the other situation, we wanted the bishop here because we were expecting it to attack one of black's pawns. So in the current situation, we would want to hide the bishop. And even though it's on the edge of the board, the bishop is almost in the corner of the board, but it actually is controlling a lot of important squares along this diagonal. And now I guess Ding would move the bishop back. And Gukesh would try to build up his pawns in the middle. Ding would move his bishop back to just have it reinforce his situation. But then Gukesh... So Gukesh is now essentially... He's switching from trapping the bishop to saying that this bishop is going to need to get back in order to save itself. And the time the bishop uses to retreat, Gukesh can spend that time pushing his pawns forward in the middle of the board.
Mm-hmm. The bar in the take app is now saying slightly better for Ding.
Ooh.
Would you agree with that, Jan Ludvig?
No.
Okay. You and Stockfish, you're just not on the same page today.
Yeah, no, but it looks like Gukesh is seizing the initiative with his pawns advancing in the center in this this variation we analyzed. But I get maybe Ding can improve on this play. I have a new idea for Ding, which maybe can make me agree with the chess engines. I'm still on the knight moving to the edge. The knight moving to the edge, attacking the bishop.
Yeah, this has happened.
Yeah, I like that. And then the bishop moves back. That's fine. But now I think because I'm anticipating the pawns to advance in the middle, maybe I should first move my bishop to attack the pawn in the center. And in order to protect the pawn, Gukesh would play his one pawn one step forward. But now this central pawn is busy defending its buddy so that it doesn't have the opportunity to push forward as threateningly. No, but now this pawn is advancing on the side of the board. No, this is terrible for black.
Ooh.
No, this is awful.
Okay.
I'm trying to write what will happen in case these moves are played. So
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I'm happy with this comment. And then Jan Ludvig says, nope, this is terrible. It's not going to happen.
Okay,
then you
I
just
like
have
this
to leave.
move.
Back to the drawing board. Okay, knight to g7.
Knight to g7. I like this move. Because now the knight is headed for a really brilliant square in the middle of the board. So it's going to be a 3-step knight maneuver. But the knight will then attack the pawn in the center. This is my main priority now. I'm scared of Gukesh being very aggressive with his central pawns.
Ding plays this move.
And in order to deal with this aggression,
Moving his knight. No, his rook, sorry.
His rook back.
This was the top computer move.
Jan Ludvig needs to digest this move.
This is it's very intense. And I love seeing Jan Ludvig think about this so intensely because that's exactly what Gukesh and Ding are doing. And right now, Gukesh.
No, but I think I was on the right track. So Ding wants to maneuver his knight into the middle of the board to attack the pawn in the center because then Gukesh would need to put a defensive formation with his center pawns instead of doing the aggression. But before maneuvering his knight, Ding is moving the rook over because now he's going to be attacking the white bishop when his knight does choose to move. So this is basically just a variation of the same plan. The knight is moving in towards the center. Ding just makes it so that when the knight does start its maneuvering, a black's rook will be threatening towards white's bishop. Yeah, no, this is great.
This is great.
This is great
For who?
Ding.
For us? For the objective spectator?
Objective spectator? I don't know. It's great for Chinese fans. Absolutely horrendous for Indian fans.
Whoa.
Okay.
Because right now, Ding's position is... So, remember in the opening, I talked about these doubled pawns, and I talked about how I tend to overestimate these long-term advantages because short-term things will happen in the meantime. Well, Gukesh's short-term advantage was that he was going after the black bishop. But Ding has successfully managed to create an escape for the bishop. So Gukesh's short-term advantage is no more. On the other hand, Ding's long-term advantage of white having isolated doubled pawns, which is like the worst pawn category that you could have, that remains a big problem. Gukesh kind of tried to deal with his problem with the pawns by sacrificing one of them.
And he has moved one of his pawns now, Gukesh.
He's preparing to advance in the center, as you were talking about earlier, Jon Ludvig.
But I thought he couldn't do that when we were maneuvering our knight over.
Well, he did it anyway, and Ding is still slightly better.
Definitely. We can see the bar.
Yeah, I'm not
inching
sure
up
I
from
like
back.
this rook move. I feel like if we had moved the knight back immediately, that would have made it easier for us to attack the pawn in the middle quicker. Ooh, but on the other hand, then maybe our bishop would be trapped. Okay, so maybe the rook move was necessary. In any case, Ding's move now is absolutely obvious. He's going to move his knight back, which is trying to maneuver the knight into a better position, while simultaneously opening up an attack
A discovered
against the
attack.
white bishop.
We can use that word in the app now that we have these definitions.
Discovered attack. And if we have someone on the stream watching who doesn't know what discovered attack is, Jon Ludvig.
They can go on the app.
Yeah, that's a good point. You can go on the app and click on discovered attack, which Mod is putting up right now. And
It's basically that a different piece is attacking than the one that moved. So even though the knight moved away, it's the rook that's attacking towards white's bishop here.
In 13 minutes, you guys, Hikaru Nakamura, Grandmaster and one of the biggest names in chess, is joining this stream. So please stay. We really look forward to having him commentate on this game together with Jon Ludvig. They know each other quite well. Jon Ludvig is often seen on Hikaru's channel doing commentary for him, especially on Hikaru's games. And of course, we're going to talk to Hikaru about partnering with Take. And I'm going to ask him what he thinks. What was the first thing he thought when he heard the name Take? It's going to be interesting. Until then, we are paying close attention to this game. It feels very intense right now, I have to say. Did I miss a moment where I could have pushed great move for Ding here, Jon Ludvig?
Maybe we missed a mistake from Gukesh, because it felt like Gukesh had the advantage from the opening, and now maybe he's struggling a little. So I think I don't know if I get fired by criticizing the CEO's moves, but this pawn push that was suggested by Mats when he was in the studio, in which Gukesh ended up playing, that move has not really been a big success. And Gukesh is on his way to maneuver this knight to really nice placements in the center of the board.
All right, I've updated the app now, so now that is a mistake, Jon Ludvig.
Yeah, but I mean, wasn't it a mistake?
It was. It changed at least the computer's evaluation changed quite a bit from being a slight advantage to Gukesh to being over on Ding's side. So let's call that a mistake.
Yeah, no, it definitely, seeing how the play has developed since, it feels like it may have been a mistake. That being said, now Ding is hesitating a little bit. And the reason for that is that when the knight moves back, attacking against the bishop, and then the bishop will need to move, Now, my thinking was that the knight could continue into the center of the board. But I'm having second thoughts, because now if the rook goes after the bishop has to retreat. But now the knight that I'm so happy getting into the middle is blocking the bishop's further retreat, which would enable Gukesh to play aggressively with his pawn in the middle and continue the attack on the black bishop. So yeah, this is probably not as easy for Ding as I first or maybe secondly thought it was. So it's very important that Gukesh doesn't end up being in a defensive formation with his pawns in the center. This would keep everything safe for the time being, but it wouldn't put pressure on Ding, who in turn can try to exploit the pawn formation white has on the side of the board in the long term. It's very important for Gukesh that since he has a long-term weakness, he has to continue chasing short-term gains. He needs to put pressure on Ding while this bishop is still in trouble. And that's why pawn to f3, I think, was a good move from Gukesh, because he keeps posing problems and wanting to push forward and create now an attack with his pawns in the middle of the board instead of just calming everything down. If things calm down, Ding will have a big advantage. And so Gukesh has to pile on the threats while he can.
We have a question about the position on YouTube from Sahir. Question 4, Grandmaster Hammer. How can black use white's double pawns? Or should he take advantage?
Yeah, well, the thing is, I always refer to it as a long-term advantage. And the cop-out I have to a question like that is that it's very unclear how to take advantage of that right now. But in 20 moves, it is going to be a problem for Gukesh. So it's so many things can happen in 20 moves. 20 moves is an eternity. They haven't even played 20 moves so far in this game.
I know. That's crazy, actually.
So it's not. It's just we don't know how he's going to exploit it. We just know that the pawns being unable to protect each other, and the pawns having no other pawns to help out, it is going to make them vulnerable. And then the question is how? And I'm going to say, suddenly there's going to be a rook here. Obviously this is going to take some time. This could take 20 moves. But we could see a situation in the future where this rook somehow has gotten out of the corner into the middle and is standing over here attacking down towards the white pawns. So we can't say how it's going to be an issue, but we can with pretty good confidence say that somehow it's gonna be.
And also from just experience, you've probably had these exact pawns, because this trade of queens is pretty normal in very many different openings. And I've also played so many games where this happens, and then either you're able to even get your king there in the very end of the game and be able to take some of those pawns and win in that way, or you lose before that even happens. So
the king could get up here. Maybe not right now. Now it would be checkmate in one move. But, with more pieces moving off the board, that's going to open some space for the king to get involved. There's plenty of black pieces who could be in a position to capture the pawns later on. But we don't know how yet.
And well, it seems the same for Ding. Been thinking now for 10 minutes again. Is this now? He's less than 40 minutes on the clock, Jon Ludvig, to make 23 moves to reach move 41. Is it getting critical for him?
I would say in general, it's easier to be low on time when there are no queens that you have to deal with. Maybe that's personal preference. I don't know, but Ding is very low on time. There's no doubt about that. But I'm not so stressed about it compared to how stressed I would be if we had a situation like this, but with both players having a queen as well.
But at some point, he's going to have to speed up because he has, what is it, like 2 minutes on each move? Less than that.
Yeah.
It's less than 2 minutes to make each move after this one. And you said this move that he's thinking about right now is an obvious move.
I thought so, but I have been proven wrong.
But is it also possible that he's seen that move? So he's going to play that, but he's thinking about what next?
Yeah, that could very well be.
But that sounds like not very sensible way to spend your time.
Yeah, but
because
then
don't
on
you
the
wanna
other
see
hand,
what
I've
the
been
other player does?
critiquing Ding. I've been critiquing
just
Gukesh
asking.
when he plays, a move when he doesn't have the follow-up ready. And then that would be weird then if I then critique Ding for playing a quick move but then not knowing what to do next. I think it's fine. I think that the time he's spending right now means that he's going to play 3 quick moves in a row afterwards.
And you think he's going to play the knight to g7?
Yeah, I mean,
okay, 'cause that's good.
Why would you move your rook over here if the intention was not to move the knight out of the way to attack the bishop? Makes no sense.
But so there isn't anything else we should prepare for? I'm just asking out of my own stress to cover all these moves that you say might be coming.
The only alternative would be bishop back.
Okay.
But I don't like that.
Okay. All right, so knight to g7.
Yeah.
And then what do you think?
I think Gukesh wants to move the bishop 1 step forward because then the bishop has the ability to go 1 step back again and keep protection of this important pawn in the middle of the board. Because the white pawn in the middle has its intention to go past its buddy, or rather adjacent to its buddy, we're going to need a different piece to help out, do the protecting. And the bishop is a great piece for that. So I think he's going to maneuver the bishop to protect the pawn in the middle. And then what Ding does here is a bit of a mystery, and that's probably why he's thinking.
Okay, you guys, we are waiting for Ding to make his move. Been thinking now for 13 minutes. He is down to 36 minutes left on his clock to reach move 41. And we're also waiting for Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura to join our stream. And that's super exciting. We're going to talk to him about the game, most definitely. And we're also going to talk to him about partnering with Take. Magnus, Levi Rosman, and Hikaru Nakamura are all partners with Take. That's huge for us. We're so excited. And we look forward to talking to Hikaru.
I'm getting mentally ready because
Yeah.
I have
like
done some post-game interviews with Hikaru on his channel in the past, and he's just so quick with all the variations.
Yeah.
I'm a grandmaster. I'm pretty good at chess, and even I struggle following Hikaru's train of thought. So I'm just mentally getting ready. Okay, now I'm gonna have to move around the pieces so much more quicker than I have
your
already.
hands. Get ready.
I am considering getting rid of the jacket for the Hikaru interview.
You probably should.
It does restrict me a little bit in the elbows.
Well, you guys, let's see if Hammer will lose his jacket. And I'm sorry, Jon Ludvig, I haven't offered you any food so far today. I actually saw someone in the comments saying, is it yogurt time? Bad Aussie said, is it yogurt time yet for Jon Ludvig? Are you okay waiting till
We're gonna do it after we've spoken to Hikaru.
Yeah. We'll celebrate a good chat with Hikaru with some yogurt, you guys.
14 minutes so far on this move.
Yeah.
It's a bit too much from Ding. And it goes to show that Ding does not feel entirely comfortable in the position. Like, even though the chess engines say black is a bit better, Ding is still concerned about the safety of his bishop and the fact that Gukesh is planning to advance his pawns in the middle of the board.
I'm going to write that for our app as just like a standalone comment, because I think that's an important thing that you just said there, Jonathan, that perhaps Ding, his experience of this position might not be, or do you think that he knows that he's slightly better right now?
No. Maybe. It's very difficult to tell. It's still like an unbalanced position, which can be difficult to assess when you're in the midst of it. I think he feels he's fine, but that he needs to find, the correct moves to stay fine. Because right now it's an important moment, right? Gukesh is preparing to push his pawn forward in the middle, and that's going to put a lot of pressure in towards the black pawn in the middle. And if you capture and the capture goes back, then white has like dominance really with his two pawns. So if he gets the decision wrong here, Ding, then we could easily see the engine's evaluation jump up in Gukesh's favor.
Ooh, okay. I'm keeping a close eye on that.
An important one to get right.
Yeah. Wow. Do you think at this point the players are looking at the board and thinking, all right, I can win this game? Or are they not?
I think they're both a bit nervous that I could potentially lose.
Okay.
But I don't know how strong their mentality is. Obviously stronger than mine. To be in this high pressure situation to begin with.
Well, we were talking to Magnus in the recap yesterday when we were recapping game 2, which ended in a quick draw, and he said, looking at that with the white pieces, he would be thinking, I can win this.
Yeah. Well, Ding has something to defend now, right? He has the lead in the match. He also, I think, would be favored if the match is tied going into tie breaks. I think Ding would be stronger than Gukesh there.
Yeah, I also heard Magnus say that he said that Ding is better in rapid chess.
So for Ding, it's like as keeping this lead for as long as possible. Just for every draw, it increases his chance of winning the match. So I think Ding is a bit in a do not lose focus. And then Gukesh, obviously he wants to win to equalize the match. But then again, we see the chess engines slightly favoring Ding's situation. It's difficult to say what Gukesh's state of mind is like, but I think considering the fact that Gukesh has such a big time advantage, I think Gukesh feels more comfortable than Ding at the moment.
Oh, and
Ding has something to lose, and Gukesh has the time advantage.
Okay, moves happening. The bar is inching up. I have to say, okay, back and forth for Ding. What's happening?
The knight moved back. This is what we described as the obvious move, the discovered attack. The rook now opening up a pressure down towards the bishop. The bishop immediately moves from Gukesh, and we see Gukesh does choose the square that we talked about, where the bishop can go back and help defend a pawn in the middle of the board. And this is important because that means the white pawn doesn't need to do that same defending task, and instead Gukesh is planning to go 2 steps forward with his king's pawn next, and that's going to put some pressure into Ding's position.
But didn't we suspect that Ding would have his move ready now? Because these two moves we've known for 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the Ding's time usage is concerning at the moment.
Less than 30 minutes left now for Ding, so that's going to be stressful.
Okay, yeah, that's going to be stressful. All right, we are now waiting for another move by Ding. Gukesh has been playing quickly in this game so far, but the bar is slightly in favor of Ding Liren, who is also in the lead in the match, you guys. And this is game 3. Tomorrow will be a rest day. And Gukesh definitely doesn't want to head into the rest day with another loss, right?
Yeah, no, that would be terrible. But then you have to balance it against your need to get a win, to equalize the score in the match. He wants both of well, he wants to win and he wants to avoid losing, and sometimes that is a difficult risk assessment. Do I play the safe move or do I play the risky move? Playing the risky move increases your chance of winning and equalizing, but it also increases the chance of losing and getting yourself even further into the hole.
What do you think are the risky and the good moves? What moves are Ding considering right now?
Well, the good thing for Gukesh is that Gukesh is just reacting to Ding's moves, which, speaking of Hikaru coming on, I think one of the most interesting things I learned from Hikaru this year was his thoughts on that it can be advantageous just reacting to the opponent's moves. Regardless of what the computer thinks of the position, it's nice to be the guy who's like, okay, I have this bishop here on the side of the board. My opponent attacks my bishop, well, then I move the bishop. And so Gukesh's move is super simple because he's just reacting to the threat that Ding made, which had an obvious response in return. And now Ding is the one who has to consider, do I go up here? Do I go here? Do I retreat the bishop? Or do I do something else entirely?
Okay.
Ding less than 30 minutes, down to 27 now. Gukesh almost has an hour more than him on the clock. I think that's the biggest discrepancy in like how much time they have left that we've seen during this entire match so far. So this is a lot of time to be down on the clock.
It definitely is. Okay. Exciting times. What will happen? It is
Rook.
Okay.
H5.
That was unexpected. And look at the bar. Look at the bar.
Is this a blunder by Ding?
The rook moves up along the edge of the board. The bar is suddenly way in Gukesh's favor.
I'll hit it. The bar at least thinks this is a blunder by Ding. What is happening? What's your initial reaction to this move?
Well, firstly, the rook is now threatening towards a white pawn. But secondly, what is the situation for the black bishop? The bishop has not escaped from deep inside white's territory, and especially now that we see the bar go so far up in Gukesh's favor, my suspicion is the bishop. We have not saved the bishop appropriately. There are two ways for Gukesh to continue now, and none of them include saving the pawn that Ding has currently put under attack. Instead of defending his own pawn, Gukesh should focus on trying to capture the black bishop. Attempt number 1. The rook attacks the bishop. The bishop moves away. The pawn moves up in the middle of the board, attacking once again in towards the black bishop.
I've added an emoji, by the way, in the app now.
Oh.
A stressed emoji on that bishop who is fearing for his life. You can see it on the screen as well. I hope that was the right emoji to use in this situation.
Well, Kaya and I are too old to ask, at least. Yeah, no, here the pawn is attacking the bishop, and if the bishop moves back, then the trade between the pawns in the middle of the board is devastating for Ding, because as he captures back this white pawn, that has enabled a new route of attack for the white knight to jump forward, and this white knight is going to come in here, attack the king, and attack the rook in the corner, and this becomes highly problematic to defend against. So for this reason, let's even move back to the current situation. So if the rook attacks bishop, bishop moves back, pawn moves up. Basically, Ding, in order to keep his defenses, he's very dependent on this pawn on the c6 square. And he cannot afford that this pawn gets distracted having to defend and help out his buddy in the center. So that means if we reach this situation, Ding is going to have to make the trade. And then after the trade back, now the bishop can escape and try and trade with the white bishop. And now Ding is threatening both to capture white's bishop, but also to capture white's pawn. And my immediate assessment is that Gukesh cannot avoid both of these captures, which makes me think this is okay for Ding. I think this is okay for Ding. Which then we have to backtrack to the current situation. Because if we believe that the immediate attack on the black bishop is not what's going to bring home the bacon, or in Gukesh's case, the something not... oh no, bacon is pig. I guess cows are the things Indian players do not want to bring home. Okay, so maybe pawn forward first. And the benefit of making this pawn advance first is that now you prevent the bishop from going back. So you allow your opponent to capture the pawn that they targeted with their rook. But on the other hand, then when the rook moves over, there's no escape for the bishop. But this is too obvious for Ding to have missed this. So there's going to be some kind of nuance, some kind of crazy move that Ding had not anticipated, which is more advanced than
We'll take back this move with taking the rook. I mean, if this happens, then the bishop is just trapped, right?
Okay.
What else could Ding do here to save that bishop?
Well, we can ask that question to Hikaru Nakamura joining us. Hi, Hikaru. Thank you for joining us. And we need to get sound to the studio of Hikaru, just telling my control room that. And we're very eager now, first of all, Hikaru, to ask your take on this game, which is, it feels like it's exploding at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a very interesting game so far. At the start, it very much felt like Gukesh had out-prepared Ding Liren, certainly, and it was very difficult. But then we got the sense that Ding was doing quite well, and now he's made a huge blunder with Rook H5. And I think basically am I muted here?
No, we hear you perfectly fine.
You guys hear me? Okay,
yeah.
You guys hear me. Okay, just making sure. I wasn't sure.
We
Okay,
both
sorry
hear
about
and
that.
see you with the beautiful pineapple behind you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, that's great. Okay, so yeah, as I was saying, basically, it feels very similar to game one, or it was feeling similar. Ding got very low on time right from the get-go, and then it seemed as though he turned it around. But unlike in game one, he's made a huge mistake here with this rook h5 move. And I think really the big problem for Ding is that he's gotten too low on time. And it's actually quite telling because in the previous game, he was able to make a lot of moves very quickly after he played, I'm going to say like this knight b6 and knight c4, knight b2. I forget what move number that was in the game, but his moves I think were relatively a lot easier than they are here. And he also had like 35 to 40 minutes when he started turning it on and just moving instantly versus here where he's down to 27 minutes. So it's actually looking very, very bad here at the present time. Very surprising considering that he found all the very difficult moves, it felt like. Rook g8, or spending the time on knight b7, finding rook g8, finding rook h8, and then going rook h5. Kind of felt like a little bit of a panic move, in my opinion. Just playing that versus like a bishop f5 or maybe a bishop e7 or a knight e6. But that being said, the quality of the move matters a lot too. And I think these moves are not as easy to play as the moves that he was able to play in game number one. So it's looking very good for Gukesh at the moment, but I think a lot depends on whether he can control his nerves here and play e4.
Exactly. And Hikaru, in the studio here as well, we have Jon Ludvig Hammer. I know you guys know each other very well. We often see Jon Ludvig on your channel, especially commentating on your games. He's been preparing Jon Ludvig because he's nervous he's not going to follow your pace on our physical chessboard here in the studio. Mm-hmm. So, at this moment, Jon Ludvig and Nakamura Hikaru, what should Gukesh do to take advantage of the situation right now to be able to guide this to a win that he really needs in the match?
Well, basically it comes down to one move, which is pawn to e4. Normally you play that on the first move, but Gukesh has a chance to play it here on move number, I think like 19, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. If he doesn't play e4, I would say that he doesn't really have an advantage at all. But the great thing here, and probably the most important thing to this, is that unlike in the first game where the time was starting to even out as soon as Ding started playing knight b2 and queen c4 and all these moves with tempo, here Gukesh has basically an extra 50 minutes on the clock. So because of that, he can probably take 10, 15 minutes, really try to do calculations. And his forte is definitely calculating. As Magnus said recently, he is someone who really, it's all about calculations. It's very little playing on intuition. And considering the amount of time he has, I think that there are great chances for him to win here if he plays e4. If he plays any move other than e4, I would actually be a little bit worried about this position. I would think that I would think that Ding could be better, but I expect him to play e4 because it is a position where you can calculate long lines. And if he plays it, I think he's going to win the game if he plays it, more than anything because of the time situation. Because Ding has to make 21 moves in 27 minutes in a position where there are not obvious moves. It's not like you can just play 2 or 3 quick moves here. Every move is going to require a little bit of a think. So the whole game here hinges on one move. It hinges on whether e4 is played or not.
I have a question, Hikaru, because I feel pawn to e4, seeing as how that cuts off the bishop's ability to make its escape, it feels to me like a pretty obvious move. And so do you have any thoughts on what Ding, what is it Ding has misunderstood about the situation to go into this?
So, I mean, my best guess is that Ding probably assumes that there's a tactical solution after e4, something like d takes e4, f takes e4. Maybe the order probably, I don't know if the order matters. So let's assume knight e6 here, not d takes e4. Let's start with knight e6. Something like knight e6, rook c1, knight takes d4, bishop f2, and bishop g7. This is my best guess in terms of what he thinks. And after... I'm actually watching the stream, so I'll see it. Is that after bishop g7, bishop takes d4, bishop d4, rook g2, there's some kind of tactical solution, but at least to me, it looks like the bishop on c2 is simply trapped. So I think that's probably what he missed. He probably thought there was a tactical solution like bishop f2, bishop g7, and then black's fine. But I think after bishop d4 takes rook g2, white probably wins the bishop. Maybe there's even something better, but this is my best guess for what happened.
Mm-hmm. Well, Gukesh is still thinking now for 11 minutes, so it's a good time for me to ask you, Hikaru. You announced on your Twitter earlier today that you are partnering with Take. We are so excited to have you on board, Hikaru. This is fantastic for Take, Take, Take. And why did you think it was a good fit for you to partner with Take, Take, Take?
Well, first of all, having looked at the app, it has a lot of features that you don't see in apps currently. I think, when you look at the commentary, for example, which I don't know if it's human. I think it's human, right? It's not AI.
We have the mod here in the studio commentating, doing that text commentary. Yep.
Yeah, so it's definitely quite different for sure versus all the apps that are out here. I think also looking at some of those player cards, having the ability to look at get the notifications, I would say, for the players who are playing in some tournaments. All those features are definitely things that are quite unique compared to what is currently on the market. So it's really exciting to see that. I think chess is something where there's a lot of potential for disruption, whether it's whether you look at apps or, on another note, you look at something like this freestyle tour. There's a lot of potential for disruption across the board within the chess space. So I think it's just very exciting, and I'm looking forward to working with Take as we go forward. And E4 was played, by the way.
E4 was played. Yeah, there we are. Should we now discuss sort of what Ding should do? Is this now very difficult for him to find the continuation and save this? Because you did say, Hikaru, that you thought this could be winning for Gukesh if he did find that move.
I mean, I think the real there are two problems. I mean, the first one is that when you look at the games, they are being played without an increment. I don't remember exactly when the shift away occurred. I want to say maybe it was like 2018 when Magnus played Fabiano. It might have been before that. But I think the shift away from having a 30-second increment per move to having no increment plays a huge role, because the time management actually becomes a lot more critical when you are getting an increment from move number one. Like in a position, if you have like 15, 20 minutes, you never really feel like you're under time pressure. But certainly without the increment, I would say that once you're at around like 15 minutes or even 10 minutes, you start to panic a little bit. So the time situation is perhaps the biggest issue here, because with an increment, I wouldn't even be worried. I mean, Ding could even use 10 minutes on this move. Without the increment and no obvious moves, this becomes very, very dangerous. And I expect him to play knight e6, rook c1, knight d4, bishop f2, bishop g7 pretty quickly. But from there, we'll see what happens. I don't really see any other ideas. And I think it's kind of a situation where you kind of have to just go for it, because rook c1 is going to win the bishop. And there are no other moves that I mean, other than playing knight e6, I actually don't see a move. Like rook g5, rook c1 looks just winning for white.
Wow.
So this is very dangerous. And I think that, it'll be interesting to hear, but I have to be honest, even though Ding was able to work it out in game one, and he found a lot of moves very, very quickly, and they were great moves. It feels like, unlike the first game, he's actually going to get punished in this one for spending too much time. I think if he had 15 minutes or an hour on the previous move, he would not have played rook h5. I think he would have played bishop f5. But at the end of the day, when you're down an hour on the clock in a situation with the black pieces, very dynamic games, and no increment, you're going to get punished. You can't do that every game. And I think, unfortunately for Ding, this is a situation where the time management is, unlike in game one, he's going to get punished for it. I don't see him surviving this.
Wow. Strong statement there from Hikaru. And while Ding is thinking, I'll ask another question about our partnership. I promised Levi Rosman yesterday, and I also promised our chat on YouTube, that I would ask you, Hikaru, what was your reaction when you saw this company launching with the name Take, 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 which obviously is a catchphrase that you often use, takes many times. What was your reaction?
Yeah. I mean, I think obviously it raises quite a few eyebrows, certainly. But at the end of the day, I think there are many names for various apps out there, and associate a name with a catchphrase or something, certainly in this day and age of the internet, can be a thing. But overall, I don't really look at it as something that's that big of a deal. Ultimately, I mean, as I said, it raised some eyebrows, but it's not really anything major, certainly.
Okay, I'm glad to hear. And now it works out perfectly because we are a team. We had another move now by Ding. He moved his pawn. Any surprises with this?
Wait, what?
Yeah, he captured on e4, Hikaru.
Okay, but it's still, we're gonna get the same line. We're gonna get takes in knight e6. Yeah, I think there some difference here?
No, these moves have happened. So Gukesh
no. But what I'm saying is there a difference? Is there a difference between taking and going knight e6?
You would be the expert in that area, Hikaru.
I think it should be the same thing, I think. But maybe there's a difference that with the pawns trade on e4, maybe it's even more advantageous for white, perhaps. Maybe it's better for what? Maybe there's a difference here. I'm trying to understand, like, because I think the computer like 96 more than d takes e4. Just trying to understand why this is different. But I still think the same thing applies. We're going to get rook c1. Bishop, we're going to get 96, rook c1 takes, bishop f2, bishop g7 takes, and rook g2 most likely. So yeah, I mean it looks great for Gukesh. But actually, this is what he wants. Maybe he wants knight 96, rook c1, 94, bishop f2, bishop g7 takes. Let's just say rook g2, and then maybe bishop b3, knight b3, and like a bishop e3 or a bishop e5, and try to argue that because there's so few pawns on the board, maybe black is completely fine. That's what I think he wants. I think that's his idea.
And
was that his idea also when he moved the rook up, or is this his like panic mode idea?
I mean, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I really have no idea what Ding is thinking. I mean, like it's very hard to judge because if you listen to like his comments from the press conferences, he makes it sound as though he hasn't done any preparation at all, which I mean, I don't know how you take that. Like either you take it at face value when he says he's only prepared for 3 weeks, or you assume that means he's just in light preparation over the last couple of weeks or something along those lines. So I really have no idea what the reality is here because it's very hard to judge. From his comments, you know, whether he's like super serious, whether it's like light preparation, serious preparation, it's just very hard to judge what's going through his mind. So I don't know. My assumption is that it's probably getting lower on time. He's attempting to make a tactical solution to this, where it's like he'd rather do something tactical so that he gets piece off the board. He doesn't have a lot to calculate, and he figures he can draw this. Is my best guess. But on the other hand, he could have also just missed e4. Like I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, really.
Okay. Well, so at this point, Hikaru, you are saying that you think Gukesh will make a comeback in the match, and that we will be tied in the match before the rest day tomorrow.
I mean, I'm feeling good about it. I think the main reason I feel good about his chances here, assuming that it's a significant advantage, is that he has the time to think here. I mean, I know like we talk about the moves and how important they are, but time management I think is probably the most underrated component in the game of chess, especially when you're playing without increment. Because, you know, just to use an example, when I look back at that game, the fateful game from the candidates, which helped Ding qualify between Fabiano and Nepo, I believe it was, I do not think there was an increment at the end of the first time control in the candidates either. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure there wasn't. And if there had been an increment, Fabiano would have won that game before move 40. But because there was no increment, he had to make a couple of really quick moves at the end. And he made some mistakes, which allowed the game to go on. Obviously, he was winning later as well. But the point is, he would have won that game cleanly before move 40 with increment versus no increment. And that is a major thing that people don't really consider. So for Gukesh, the fact that he has all the time in the world here, it bodes very, very well for his chances. I mean, actually, to be honest, though, as I think about it more, this piece sack to me, I'm kind of right off. I'm struggling to find the reason that white should be much better. I know white is better, of course, because the engine says white is better. But without actually knowing the line, I'm starting to second guess myself a little bit in terms of what the solution is, unlike before. So I'm starting to drift a little bit back to where I'm not super convinced right off.
Yeah, because the situation we were analyzing there, Hikaru, in that Ding would have 3 pawns in trade for the bishop. Do you feel like that's generally enough, or would you say a bishop is often worth more than 3 pawns? Because just going off the standard thing that a bishop is worth 3 and units, and the units in chess we often refer to as pawns, a lot of people could see that position and just assume that, well, Ding has it under control.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a little bit of a hot take. I think as far as chess goes, frankly, if the piece values were static, chess would be much more popular because then you could literally say 3 pawns equals a bishop, 3 equals 3. or like a knight equals 3 plus 3 equals 3. It's an equal trade. As we know in chess, unfortunately, that's not how it works. The pieces have dynamic values. So I think that objectively, though, I mean, this is much deeper in terms of concepts, but I would say that the bishop, the extra piece, whether it's the bishop or the knight there, should be better for white objectively. But it's also much more about what moves are like playable and plans versus who has defined the ideas to begin with. And I think that's something that applies, I would say, at the level from like IM up, certainly, where international master or higher, where in many cases, it's not about like the objective evaluation that you can see with a computer. It's much more about who has the easier moves or who has the easier ideas. And in many cases, when you're able to just react, that's actually a lot more pleasant and easier to play than having to find the ideas. Having to actually work hard to come up with something, whether it's chess or anything else in life, it's much easier just react and have to actually think and figure it all out. So I think what I would say is that for Gukesh, he has to know that there's something here, but figuring it out, it's a lot harder figuring it out than it is for Ding, where he can simply react to it. And if you can react, you can always just be Ding chilling. So it's all good.
Well, we did a recap with Magnus yesterday, Hikaru, and he was disappointed with the fact that Ding entered into a quite quick draw yesterday in game 2. He thought, Magnus, that it would be chances for Ding to win that game. Do you think, would you agree with Magnus, first of all, and do you think Ding will end up regretting that he didn't push for a win and maybe loses this game?
Well, I mean, first things first, let's be clear that there's a slight difference between Magnus and everybody else. At the end of the day, it's really very hard, I think, to kind of put this into perspective. But there are many little things. So first things first, when you look at this match or you look at the last match, you'll notice that the players are showing great variety. So Gukesh, for example, he's already played both D4 and E4 on the first move. Now, when Nepo was playing against Magnus or when Fabiano was playing against Magnus, you'll probably remember that in those matches, both Fabiano and Nepo, they were playing 1E4 every single game. And the reason for that is that it's generally acknowledged. Players aren't going to say this publicly, even though within themselves that they know it's true, because it's psychological, is that against Magnus, you don't simply want to play a game of chess. You don't want to play a normal position against him, because he has the best natural feel and ability for the game of chess by a big margin. It's honestly not even close. So you don't actually want to play a game against him. You want to go into these long computer lines. You want to try and prepare super hard. But the last thing you want against Magnus is to actually play chess. So when we look at this match, you're seeing big variety. You're not seeing the same first move. You're not seeing some like massive battle in the Sveshnikov opening like between Fabiano and Magnus in that 2018 World Championship. So it's very different when we talk about like the type of positions. Like yesterday's position, if Magnus has a position with the white pieces, because of his natural skill and ability in endgames, he probably would love to press that position. But there are a lot of these endgames that I frankly will say where players get them, and many players would not be able to try and win that position with the white pieces, whereas Magnus is simply unique. There are many examples of this. I think I'll take just one general example from the what was that event? There was some event that Magnus played Wesleyan recently. I forget what it was. Oh, it was Tata Steel India, and they played this opening, this Petrov. It was a variation called the Damiano. Now, the reason I bring this up is because in that game, Magnus won in this end game that's pretty dry with the white pieces. But I actually kind of brought this opening back. I resurrected it a little bit in the Chess Champions Tour in 2023. And when I played it, I felt that it was a great opening choice to go straight into this endgame against anybody not named Magnus. I thought that I would draw it very easily against everybody except Magnus. Whereas if I played against Magnus, I thought I would probably get outplayed and lose in the endgame. And that's just one example of like an endgame where I personally believe that if I were to play that endgame against anybody else, literally anybody else on planet Earth, that I would not lose, but against Magnus, I would lose that. No, I mean anybody except for Magnus.
Except Magnus.
That I would just draw the game. I would just draw the game, no worries whatsoever. But against Magnus, I think I would lose that end game. And then Wesley, for example, played against Hans Niemann, the U.S. Championship, drew very comfortably, plays against Magnus in Tata Steel, and he ends up losing this endgame that he drew very easily in classical chess, maybe 2 weeks earlier. And I think that So then, like, to put that into context, when we talk about this end game, I think for Magnus, he would have had great chance to win just because he's Magnus. But I would say for most people, I think it was a little bit of an advantage, but it would have required very, very precise play from Ding. And I also think with the match score the way it was, Ding was never going to push there because I think he was very content to be up by a score of 1.5 after 2 games.
You mentioned, endgames there, Hikaru, but I also mentioned openings. And I really wanted to ask, listening to that, how much time do you spend working on openings? You're probably like the busiest man in chess with both playing, streaming, all the work that you do. How much time do you spend on working with openings, especially heading into like a World Rapid and Blitz Championship in December?
Yeah, I mean, I think not that much. Now, what I would say is that chess has changed a lot probably over the last 4 years. It's a very different game than it used to be before. The access to information is much greater than it ever has been at any time in history, whether it's chess or otherwise. And I think for me, the biggest difference is that these days it's very easy to find chess courses that grandmasters put out there. I'll very specifically say Chessable. And so the actual ability to study, I would say, is far less relevant than being able to find the information that is out there currently. And so I do look at quite a bit of chess still, but I would say that it depends what the definition of study is. But studying when I was actually playing chess a lot more like pre-pandemic, it was certainly very much trying to find ideas and openings, doing a lot of that sort of work. Whereas now mostly it's simply, looking through a course, trying to find some idea that I think is playable and going with it. So I think that in many ways, and this is probably another hot take, if not for something like Chessable, if not for that information being readily available, if we're back in 2019, I honestly don't think that I could probably maintain the level that I'm maintaining right now, just because it would be too much to be looking for the actual ideas versus the ideas simply existing. And I think, to use another example, one of the other people who's involved, Levy Rosman, I think it's very much the same thing where when you look at his matches, his tournaments at Spain or the matches against Pia, it's very clear that he's been looking at courses too. Like he started playing a lot of these openings, like the Janowski, and it's very clear that much like me, when I looked at Max Vornerdam's course before playing that opening, that Levy did the exact same thing. So that information that's out there right now, it's more a matter of being able to find the information and then just making little tweaks to that versus having to come up with the ideas. And so it's a very different world now than it used to be. And I think if not for that, I mean, I don't think I would be at the level I'm at, but the playing field is very level these days, and which at the end of the day also speaks to how great Magnus is, that with everybody having this information, he's still the best player. So I do study openings somewhat, but it's more about finding the information than anything else.
And I'm going to ask you about Magnus, but first, Hikaru, we had a move now just in the game. Gukesh moved his rook. The bar is still liking it for him. What do you think?
It's good. I mean, I am feeling better for Ding a little bit here, even if it's objectively bad. And the reason is because now Ding is going to get to play, let's see, so knight d4, bishop g7, and bishop d4. He's going to get 3 or 4 moves that he should play within like 30 seconds here.
Well, he already thought for a minute and a half, Hikaru.
I mean, but here you have to you bang out knight d4, you bang out bishop g7, you bang out bishop takes d4.
I agree. I'm with you, but Ding is still thinking. It's now been 1 minute 40 seconds.
He is not banging out
bishop
moves.
Takes e4.
And I've actually written down all the things that Hikaru has said about these different moves, but now we got knight takes d4, so we can just copy paste that comment into the app.
Oh, you know what I think? I think he was looking at? He was looking at rook g5, rook c2, knight d4 for a brief second. That's what he was looking at. Rook takes g5, rook c2, knight takes d4. But the point that I was going to make is that he's going to be able to play a lot of quick moves. So you're going to get knight d4, bishop f2, bishop g7, and bishop g7 and bishop takes d4. You play it in 5 seconds, and after you get those moves, it's a much more clarified position with a lot less possibilities. Like black either has to go bishop e3 to try and take the pawn on g5, or you put a piece on e5, or you castle. But you're running out of options. And this gets back to what I was saying before about how chess is such a very rich game, because I'll be honest, this position that black has here, I think that if I got this in just like a blitz game, like in a Title Tuesday or something with like no increment or 1 second increment, I would actually prefer to be black, because not having options and just having to play one or having like 1 or 2 moves to play at every at every point versus having to think is great. That's what you want in a blitz situation. And so then to put that in context with the current position for Ding, he should be able to play a lot of moves quickly. Now, obviously, Gukesh is still better, and he very likely can go on to win this game. But at least for Ding, time is not going to be a factor.
Okay. Well, the bar is now saying much better for Gukesh. He could be about to make
After
a comeback.
What? Bishop G7 is the
question?
latest move.
Right. But after what? I'm really curious.
Yeah, no, we're interested.
Oh, 92. Ooh.
Wait,
Oh,
now?
92.
Well, so the bar is saying much better
Ooh.
for Gukesh in the current situation.
Ooh, 92. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, that's a tough move.
Oh. So that's not a
tough
human
to
move.
find.
Okay.
No, but I mean, but what I would say here is with 58 minutes on the clock where you can think for 10, 15 minutes, I mean, it's definitely not a natural move. Like I didn't see it right off. It's a move where if you have time to think, I think with 10 minutes on the clock, you probably don't find it. 15 minutes on the clock, you can just take a breather, get some tea, whatever, and spend 20 minutes on this move. And so I think actually there's a very good chance he'll find 92. I think there's a very good chance. And also the reason this is probably a lot better is now you keep the bishop pair on the board. If you take the knight on d4, you don't have the bishop pair. But here you're going to be able to keep the two bishops. So actually 92 is a very, very strong move.
Okay. But you mentioned the situation for Ding is that he has these one moves sort of to find. For Gukesh, is it now difficult because he has to maneuver some tough choices? Or does he have several moves he can play?
I mean, it looks like it's the only move that's very good, but I think for Gukesh, it's a great spot to be in because he's definitely a pure calculator, and this is a position where you want to do deep calculations. So I think the ability to just calculate every possibility here, by process of elimination, I do think he will find it.
Okay.
If he doesn't find it, that will be a very, very big miss.
Well, we can see on our screens here in the Take studio, Gukesh has closed his eyes and he is probably calculating this position. So I want to ask you, Hikaru, Magnus Carlsen, he's a co-founder of this company. You guys have been the biggest rivals in chess for such a long time, and now you're teaming up. How do you feel about being a team member now with Magnus?
Yeah, I mean, certainly we've both had very long and illustrious careers, but I think having the chance to be sort of on the same side of, a business venture, which is outside of chess.com, of course, is quite interesting. I think that when you look at the world of chess, you have the three biggest people in the space right now all involved with this project. So it's going to be exciting to work alongside Magnus and potentially Levy as well to try and build out this app. But in general, I think over the years there have been a lot of rivalries, a lot of people in one camp or another camp, and just having the opportunity to work together should be interesting to see what the general reactions are from the fans.
And Gukesh has found this knight to e2 move a great move, not rushing to try and capture Black's bishop, removing the defender, like Hikaru said, without losing the very important bishop, controlling the dark squares. And with this move, Ding is in massive trouble.
Ooh.
I mean, yeah, I'm struggling to figure. I mean, basically the main problem for Black here is it's not being down a piece for the two pawns. It's that White's going to keep the two bishops. The bishop pair is what makes this so bad in the long run. And I honestly think that at this point, it's going to be very, very difficult for Ding to save this. I mean, knight takes b3, I think to me at least looks like the only move here.
And that
Rook
is what
C2.
Ding has played.
Yeah, rook takes c2, knight takes d2, rook takes d2. And it looks, I mean, I wouldn't, I mean, it's not completely lost, of course, but the two bishops give White great chance to win this. I mean, I think we'll get knight b3, rook c2, takes, rook takes d2, knight e5 probably. I mean, knight d4. It's pretty ugly. It's pretty ugly. Let's put it that way. It's pretty ugly. After knight e5, knight d4, castles. I mean, still practical chance for Ding to maybe survive this, but I with the two bishops on the board, it's going to be a long game. It's going to be a long game.
Okay. Well, we like long games. Hikaru, now we have Gukesh thinking again, so I will ask you about the World Rapid and Blitz Championship coming up in December. We are so excited in Take to follow your games very closely. There, obviously, in the app, you can highlight and favorite your favorite players. Hikaru is one of the most favorited players, not a surprise. 77,000 people already has highlighted you, Hikaru. So, for the World Rapid and Blitz, what do you expect and what will be your ambition there?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main way that I look at it is simply trying to play good chess. I would say that certainly it's an uphill battle relative to past years. I think in most years past, there's been Magnus and maybe to some degree a player like Maxime or a Nepo who've been very strong contenders as well. Now, of course, Alireza is playing perhaps the best blitz chess at least of his life. So it's going to be exciting to play in it. I mean, I think for me, the main thing is what I say with every tournament, which is simply to be competitive. I'm competitive and I play good chess. Good things can happen. So I'm looking forward to it. I would say for me, like, you know, when I look at the events, though, I really would like to do well in the Rapid perhaps as well, because I think in Rapid, there was the 1 year in 2019 when I played Magnus in the last round. I got, I think, second place with that draw. But other than that year, I don't think I've really ever been close to winning in the Rapids. So I actually kind of want to try and put in a good effort there, because Rapids is the one thing where I haven't traditionally performed very well.
And we see Gukesh has moved his king. What would it mean to you, Hikaru, at this point in your career?
Maybe Hikaru wants to react to the king, because that's Hikaru was analyzing capturing with the rook, and Gukesh deviates from that using his king instead.
Yeah, I mean, apparently it's the best move. I don't really understand why, but apparently it is. I'm guessing it's because knight e5, you have rook c3 probably, and the knight has no good squares, something like that. Is my guess. Yeah, actually, I get it. I get the point. Yeah, the point is that you go rook c3, and then you're gonna have a bishop d4 maybe at some point as well. Yeah, I think after rook c3, you slide the king to c2, and you have bishop d4, bishop g3, and yeah, it's looking pretty good for actually you also have rook h3 somewhere too, like castles, king c2, a6, there might be a rook h3 or something. Yeah, there might be a rook h3 there. But again, it's still not what I would say. It's not like a game over situation. There's quite a ways to go. So we'll see, but the more I look at it, the more confident I become. For Gukesh, I think there's a very, very decent chance that he will. There's a very decent chance that he'll win this game and even it up.
Okay. And what do you think about the match then? If they are tied after 3 games?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to judge, because obviously Gukesh coming into this match is the massive favorite. There's really no other way of putting it. But of course, Ding won the first game, which certainly had to feel like a big advantage to him at the time. But you know, what's funny is I think that if you were to ask Ding, I think he would say that if he were tied after 3 games, knowing that he'd black in game 1, he'd probably say he'd be happy with that result overall. So I don't know really how much it matters in regards to Ding. I think for Gukesh, it's very important that he wins this game and ties up the match, because psychologically, I think that first game came as a huge blow to him. I think he probably did not expect to lose that game. And he is someone who I think really just does ride the confidence very well when he's playing well, has that momentum. He tends to do very well. So for him, it's very important that he wins this game. For Ding, it's much harder to judge. I don't think he'll be happy if he loses this game, but I also don't know if it's going to change a whole lot for him. So, but at any rate, I mean, I think definitely in terms of having a competitive match, it was actually very good that Ding won the first game, because so many people, frankly, including myself, who were kind of expecting Gukesh to draw first blood and win a game early. So to have it go the other way, to have this be competitive is really good. So it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I agree. Ding Liren is the reigning champion. Hikaru, you are a reigning champion in Fischer Random. But at this point in your career, what would it mean to take the title in the Rapid and or Blitz in December?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would say it would be nice to win. For me at this point in my career, mostly when I do play in these events, I simply want to be competitive more than anything. That's my main goal. It's not really about winning anymore for me. So if I'm competitive and I play good chess, I'm generally going to be pretty happy with that, as opposed to needing to win to accomplish something. Mainly, I would say that's also because for me, when I look at my career in general, I think ultimately I'm going to be remembered much more for what I've done for in the online space than my over the board play. So for me, winning either a Rapid or Blitz would be very nice. It'd be a bit of a feather in my cap per se. But that would still be a very much an individual accomplishment versus something that has helped the chess in the broader perspective. So for me, it would be nice to win. And that would be great, but it's not, I don't really look at it as something that's like, let's just say going back to say 2019 or 2020, or sorry, 2018 or 2019, where, for example, when I lost a tiebreaker, it was 2019, I think in Moscow, I think, or St. Petersburg, I forget where it was, when I lost a tiebreaker in Blitz to Magnus, like that actually was pretty devastating at the time, I would say, because that was the closest I had come to winning. So back then it was devastating. Now, if that were to happen, I mean, I'd be a little bit unhappy, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. So it'd be nice, but ultimately I just want to play good chess and enjoy the game. Certainly for myself, I think the way I would put it is the end is much closer than the beginning for me. So if I can just play good chess and enjoy it, that's my goal.
Okay. Well, we hope you're going to keep playing for many years, Hikaru, and we're so happy that you're now a team member of Take. So with what you are doing, with how you're popularizing chess with your stream, with Magnus now with Take, a good home for chess, an easy way to follow games, how do you see the future for chess? Do you think it's going to be a global sport for people to enjoy, to watch, and not only play?
Yeah, I think you look when you look at chess historically, there have been many sort of booms over the past, let's just say 35 to 40 years, just starting with the Fischer boom specifically, and going from there. There've been actually, I guess that was 72, so that's 50 plus years actually. Yeah. But there have been many booms, there have been many periods of interest where the interest has peaked, and it's there have been ebbs and flows. I think. For me, when I look at the future, I'm really curious to see what happens very specifically with this freestyle tour. It's probably the first time, at least since I was very young. Of course, when I was very young, I heard about these things, but I didn't really see any of it going on. But it's the first time, at least, since I became quite strong at chess, where you have an individual in Jan Butner who's trying to do something that's much more in the vein of a business project versus something that's simply I'm going to say it is chess socialism, for lack of a better way of putting it. So I'm quite curious to see how that goes, just because it's a very fresh take. You have someone doing things not purely from like the chess perspective. So really looking forward to that. I think that will be pretty telling in terms of future, whether things go up or whether it's a bit of an ebb and flow and history kind of repeats itself. But that I think is the thing that I'm looking forward to the most going forward, is whether that becomes a major thing or not. But I think as far as online goes, there are always going to be casual fans who follow the game. With every generation, there are always kids who take up the game, just like their parents or their grandparents before them. So the future for chess, I think, is quite bright. I think, on some level, we've probably hit a peak during, in this like the 2022, 2023 period in a way. But I think that ultimately you have to look at it with the context of, we're in a much better place now for chess than we ever have been. And there still is a lot of potential for growth. So I'm looking forward to the future. And I think, I think 2025 is going to be a very exciting year for chess.
Oh, I agree. And you mentioned the freestyle chess. That's super cool. 5 tournaments to decide the world champion in Fischer Random or freestyle chess. Magnus will be a part of it. Hikaru, as a reigning champ, will also, of course, be a part of that. Take also aims to be a part of it. We hope to create a really cool fantasy chess game for that. We're also building out Guess the Moves, which I bet will be a cool thing to do when you're streaming, Hikaru, to sort of play Guess the Move with your fans.
Yeah, actually, I think I'm going to be doing that during the Champions Chess Tour. Yeah. So I'm looking quite forward to that. It's also something that, from a content perspective, it reminds me a lot of a period in 2020 when there were a lot of whimsical games, I seem to recall, like Guess the Move or Guess the Opening or Guess the ELO, a lot of these different things. So, there's a saying in content creation, which is, it's called yoink and twist. It's a phrase from the famous content creator Ludwig, which is, you kind of have something that's been around and you twist a little bit, you make it very exciting. And, when it comes to something like Guess the Move, it's that really is a very old concept. I remember when I was a kid, there was this chess magazine called Chess Life in the United States, and they had this column where they have a game, and of course the moves are shown, but basically you're supposed to like cover the moves and try to guess what the moves are in that magazine. And So I would say that it's great to see something like that. I'll definitely try that during the Champions Chess Tour, which is I think coming up in about a week or a week and a half. I think it's a really exciting time, and all these different things that are out there, all this innovation is great for the game of chess.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. Very exciting times. Hikaru, finally, Gukesh is still thinking now on move 26. He spent a little over 8 minutes, but he has much more time than Ding to reach move 41. You still think Gukesh will win this game, that we will be tied after game 3 in the match?
I'm a little confused as to why he's thinking so long here. Because to me, Rook C3 looks like the only move. I'm not actually understanding what he's thinking about. Because to me, every other move just doesn't make sense. Maybe he can play Knight D4 first, but to me, every other move except Rook C3 just doesn't make sense here. So I'm a little bit confused as to why he's thinking so long in this position. I mean, I still think it's more likely than not that he wins. But if he doesn't play Rook C3, I'm skeptical. So I would say right now, I mean, if I were betting on this, not that I am, although I think people have been looking at Polymarket quite a bit.
Yeah.
I would say it's probably it's probably 80-20 right now. But effectively, the next 3 or 4 moves are very important. If Gukesh can consolidate his position, maneuver the bishops and knight, get them on much better squares, he will win this game. So the next 3 to 4 moves are going to be very, very critical here. And if he finds the best moves, I firmly believe he'll win. I mean, I think in general, I feel pretty good about this position for him. I think he's much more likely to win than not, but there's still some work to be done. And at the end of the day, also, it is a world championship match. And, one thing that I think is kind of, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing in chess, is that the candidates and or world championship are the only 2 events where it basically is a winner take all. And so when you have the stakes that are so much higher, handling your nerves throughout the course of those events is very, very different than just playing, say, a grand chess tour event, for example, whether it's rapid or classical, where you can play the games, you still try to find the best moves, but the stakes aren't as high. So I always find it interesting to see who has the best nerves, and nerves do play a huge role, because I would frankly argue that Jan Nepomniachtchi, for example, if you look at the world championship matches that he played, maybe not against Magnus, but definitely against Ding, if he had better nerves, he would have won that. He was objectively, in my opinion, the better match, but at the critical moments, Ding Liren kept his nerves about him much better than Nepo was able to. So it's fascinating to see if if Gukesh controls his nerves, he'll win the game. But let's see what happens.
Yeah. We love your insight, Hikaru. Thank you so much. Final question. It's super early morning for you. Game start like 4 a.m. for you in Florida. Have you stacked up on coffee for the World Championship match?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely try to find some energy. I think what I would say is that the biggest reason that I do it, getting up at 4 a.m., is simply because there are a lot of fans out there who want to see it. I think at this point, I've obviously had a lot of success. I've streamed for quite a few years now. But for me, just having the ability to bring chess to the fans, give them something that they really enjoy, that really provides me more motivation or energy than anything else, I would say. So. Yeah, for me, it's not. It's not really. It's more about what gives me that motivation or energy versus specifically caffeine.
Yeah, or even Red Bull. I remember the first time I met you, Hikaru. I was a sports journalist covering my first ever tournament in the Sinkfield Cup 2014, and I remember I was so impressed when you came sponsored by Red Bull. I felt like you were such a star in the chess world, and I later, of course, understood you were. But 2014. Already then you were working with some big partners.
Yeah, I think that, for me, I've always looked at chess as something where it feels like there's a lot of potential. It's more a question of how do you bring in sponsors, generate the attention. I think this is not really intended to be negative in any way, but I think one of the big things that, for example, FIDE has really failed at is that when you think about a game like chess, time is, obviously we use clocks. Time is probably the most important part of the game. And, not getting sponsors, specifically like watchmakers or creating new clocks or things to bring those type of people into the game, I think is one of the things that disappoints me the most overall. Because it just feels like that's a very natural tie-in, something you could easily get sponsors for. You should be able to, at least, I would say. But still, even despite that, I think, when you look at the Champions Chess Tour, or back when it was the Magnus Tour in 2020, there are sponsors out there. There is a lot of big interest in chess, and hopefully more of those sponsors see what a great game it is, and they want to be involved in some way.
Mm-hmm. We have a couple moves on the board. Do you have time to give us your final take on that, Hikaru, before you go back to your stream?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like this.
Ooh,
I don't.
who?
Why did he do this? Why did he play knight d4? I'm confused. I mean, maybe knight d4 is fine, but I'm looking at this and I don't like this at all.
My impression
I don't like this at all.
My impression, Hikaru, is that knight d4, one of the points is that it's easier now to get in a position to challenge the best placed black piece, which is the knight on e5. That he hopes that somehow he can move his king and knight over to challenge this well-placed piece.
I actually had a different take. So the reason that I liked rook c3 more, just to give you an example, the reason I liked rook c3 more was actually to dominate the knight, not to play knight d4. I thought rook c3 with like king c2 and bishop d4 to dominate the knight, keep it pinned on the diagonal, was actually, to me at least, seemed maybe a little bit more. To me, I thought that might be a little bit more natural. I don't know. I guess knight d4 king. The idea is to go what, king e2? Is that the idea?
So knight d4,
bishop e2, rook h2 is, yeah. Because if you go bishop e2, rook h2, and it's all gone. So you have to go king e2, I guess. Yeah, I mean maybe, yeah, maybe it's still good. It's interesting. I would have. I thought that putting the rook on c3 was more logical, but yeah, maybe this is best. Who knows?
Well, the bar is still definitely in favor of Gukesh. Hikaru, thank you so much for joining our stream here in the Take studio, and we are so excited to be teaming up with the great Hikaru Nakamura.
Good talking to you guys, and yeah,
likewise.
I'll be talking to you guys soon.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see each other again very soon. Thanks, Hikaru, and enjoy the rest of the game.
No problem. See you guys. Bye.
Bye. Ooh, that felt huge, you guys. Hikaru Nakamura is a team member for all of us for Take, and that is great news for us. I think it's great news for chess as well. And I know it's very intense on the board right now, Jon Ludvig.
Yeah.
Hikaru didn't like the last move by Gukesh. What do you think?
Well, I'm not going to go against Hikaru. But I think both options had value. Hearing Hikaru speak about the benefits of using the rook to restrict the black knight instead of using their own knight, I thought he made a convincing argument. He had me sold on that. But at the same time, I think the key thing about what happened in the last hour is that Gukesh managed to keep his bishop. If Gukesh had been unable to keep the bishop, we were looking at some situations where the bishop had to trade itself off with the black knight, and Hikaru was like, I don't understand how this is even better for white. And the answer to that was probably it wasn't. It wouldn't have been much better for white if you had to let go of one of your best pieces. And it's often said that the bishops are best on open boards. And what we mean when we say open boards is basically when there are not that many pawns standing in the way of the bishop's path. And that actually makes perfect sense to talk about right now for this game, because Gukesh almost has no pawns remaining. He managed to win a bishop. It cost him 2 pawns. But in return, white's bishops become even more powerful because there are so many open diagonals for them to influence the game with. And I think that's what Ding is trying to address with his latest move. the rook moving in, pointing in towards the king, there are situations here where Ding feels like it could be nice to even sacrifice the rook against this bishop, because right now control of the dark squares with the bishop and Ding's knight in the center. The one thing Ding has going for him is control over the dark squares. And as such, I believe Gukesh now will fairly quickly move his rook one step up to prevent the black rook's ability to point in between to what is now two of white's key pieces, the bishop that's so important, and the king, without which you cannot play the game.
It was a different vibe when Nakamura was here and he was saying all these moves really quickly. I just had to like type as fast as I could to even hear what the different variations he was describing. But actually, he was right. We got so many moves of the moves that he called out, and now, we've got a move from Gukesh, but he doesn't use his rook to intercept. He uses bishop instead.
And I just highlighted the fact that Gukesh could be happy about his bishops because he doesn't have that many pawns that can stand in his bishop's path. But actually now, with this bishop moving out, the bishop is pointing in towards the white pawn. So the bishop is unable to threaten down towards black's half of the board because the bishop is getting stuck on one of the few remaining white pawns on the board. On the other hand, by not moving the rook up, he's making sure that the black rook remains on this h2 square, which means that now on the next move, Gukesh could move his knight back, where the knight will be attacking both the rook and the knight in the center. To me, it feels like one of the priorities for Gukesh right now is to try and trade off this black knight in the center of the board. This knight is very, very valuable for Ding. It's on a square where there are no white pawns that can chase it away. So it becomes very difficult to deal with for Gukesh. And I feel like his play over the last couple of moves have all been directed towards using his own knight to start attacking the black knight. And frankly, that seems like a really good plan to me. So, yeah, he's getting the thumbs up of approval from me.
Well, we were discussing earlier that maybe there would be 3 pawns for the bishop, and that could sometimes be enough compensation. But here we're only at 2 pawns. Is there any way that...
Yeah, no, I mean, in the analysis we were doing, Gukesh was both giving up his dark squared bishop and losing 1 extra pawn compared to the situation we have on the board right now. Yeah, it was just that knight to e2 move. That situation where instead of rushing things by capturing Ding's pieces, Gukesh calmly moved his knight to trade off a black defender while the Ding's bishop remained locked in behind the opponent's pieces. That was such a key move, and that was the difference between winning and drawing. It seems right now.
And in the app, it also says now that Gukesh is much better. He was slightly better for a long time. That has increased to much better, and that's mainly due to this imbalance that he now has an extra bishop. And then he needs to, according to Nakamura, he needs to kind of coordinate his pieces in a good way, and then he should be able to win this. So this is an exciting phase of the game. Ding, only 11 minutes left, and Gukesh, 38. That's a big difference when you have a lot of moves to make here. 12 moves left until they'll get any extra time.
Yeah, but I don't put that much emphasis on the time right now, because it feels like to me like this is very obviously winning. Like having a bishop and trade for 2 pawns is a massive advantage. And so the time situation shouldn't. You're normally not so concerned about your time when you're losing on the board anyway. So for Ding, there's not like there are no good moves to find. It's just finding moves that make life as difficult as possible for Gukesh, and those kind of situations are easier to find often. So I don't think Ding is going to get super low on the clock. We did have a move here, pawn stepping forward on the side of the board. Essentially, that pawn is preempting this wonderful white bishop we've been talking about. This bishop was pointing in a diagonal towards the black pawn. Right now, there was a knight blocking the bishop, but that knight is planning to move away. And so Ding just decided, I'm going to have to protect this pawn at some point. I might as well just go one step forward right now.
All right, and then it is Gukesh's turn, and now he has a move here because, as we've been discussing, it was interesting also that Hikaru kind of took up your point from earlier that it's easier to be reacting to people's threats than it is.
Well, of course he took. I mentioned it because I had learned it from Hikaru. But yeah, I think he made a really interesting point about the reaction thing. Although I don't think that applies anymore.
No.
It applied for the complications when the black bishop was about to get trapped. And now it's my feeling is that this looks just completely hopeless for Ding.
Can I quote you on that in the app? The situation looks completely hopeless, says Mr. Hammer.
If I'm gonna be that, I may need to think about it a little bit longer if I'm gonna use such strong words. But 2 pawns for a bishop is not a lot. And one of the things that Ding was trying to rely on is that Gukesh doesn't have a lot of pawns remaining that can become new queens. But 3 feels like it should be enough. It would be a big difference if Ding could get 1 or 2 pawns off the board here right now. I just do not see how that would happen. Well, actually, so knight to f3, this is the move we've been discussing, that the knight wants to attack both the rook and the black knight in the center. But there's a case to be made for this move being a mistake. Because now, if the knight captures the knight, it's actually quite difficult for Gukesh to know what to capture back with. If you capture back with the bishop, then Ding would have a clever move to take away the 2 white bishops working together. Ding would then temporarily sacrifice his rook for the white very strong bishop. And as the king recaptures, right now Ding would be is down by an entire rook, but the bishop comes in, check on the king has to move, trade bishop for the rook, and now without the two bishops working together, there could be some hope for Ding to survive, especially if he manages to maneuver his rook over here, where it can both threaten along the fifth rank, but also threaten. So here you would have like you're pointing towards two white pawns at the same time, and it's not so easy for white to make progress necessarily. And when you only have one bishop remaining, that makes the plan for Ding a bit easier, because then Ding just tries to put the pieces he's scared about, put them on the dark squares, knowing that the light squared bishop cannot attack them. So I guess we still kind of, we need to see what Gukesh is intending for the future, because the most obvious move, which I was expecting from him, I'm now a bit questioning whether that's a good idea, because
He's played something else. He's played his pawn to b3. That was unexpected.
yeah, no, that's a very mysterious move.
Ooh, the excitement in this game, you guys.
And we've been discussing what would happen if a lot of pieces were traded.
Yeah.
And then instead of any of that happening, Gukesh kind of mysteriously moved his pawn one square up on the other side of the board. And we don't immediately understand why he did that.
But on the other hand, what is Ding doing? Ding seems to have maximized the positioning of his pieces, and he can't really do anything to improve easily. So maybe Ding just sits here and moves his rook one step forward and says, okay, let me see what you're planning. I don't really have a plan, but if neither one of us has a plan, then I'm happy to make a draw. So the responsibility of finding a plan to make progress is really on Gukesh at this point.
Okay.
And then Ding can kind of just shuffle his rook back and forth, waiting to figure out what it is Gukesh is intending for the future.
Well, Ding only has 10 more minutes right now to reach move 41.
Which is another good reason for why he should just shuffle a bit.
Yeah.
Just play a quick move your rook one step forward, and let your opponent's time start ticking instead.
Well, we're more than 3 hours into this game 3. You must be starving, Jon Ludvig. So is it yogurt time?
I think it is, yeah.
It's yogurt time. You definitely deserve that. All right. Well, we can definitely see the bar is liking it still for Gukesh. What do you think, Maud? Will Gukesh win this game?
I think he will, because I think both of them are sensing now at the board as well that because this advantage has become so visible, because it's actually an extra bishop against the two pawns, which every chess player knows is usually a very good sign.
Yeah.
So I think that now it's very visible to him that he's in the lead, and I think that he knows that this is one of the best chances he's going to get. So I think he's very determined to win this, and I think he will. And I also think it's interesting that he's been putting some pressure on Ding now that has a little bit less time on the clock. I suspect we'll have another bigger mistake from Ding pretty soon.
Ooh, you think in time trouble he might make a mistake. Thinking now for 3 minutes on move 29. I can see on the screen here in the studio he is... I mean, Ding is a poker face. I feel he has the same expression no matter what happens.
And he does the move that Jon Ludvig suggested with advancing his rook, kind of waiting, saying to Gukesh, it's you that has to win this game. You have to make some progress. And I can also tell in the app it says much better on our evaluation bar instead of slightly better. 2.1 advantage. If you click on it, you can see the number as well.
I didn't know that, actually. Aha!
And it's that is a very big advantage at this level.
Yeah.
Enough to win the game usually.
Okay. So Gukesh at this point, he actually should win this game. And he needs it. He needs to make a comeback in the match. If he wins this, they will be tied after the first 3 games. And we can also conclude that this is a super exciting World Chess Championship match with 2 games ending up with a winner after only 3 games. That is not common in World Chess Championship. I'm not going to say history because I haven't studied all the World Chess World Chess Championships, but as long as I've been working with it, and especially Magnus's matches, they often had a lot of draw games.
Yeah, I think it's great that we have this many victories in the beginning as well in that case, because very often you're kind of waiting for like when is the one game that someone's going to win. And when Magnus and Fabiano were playing, like that never even happened.
Yeah, right.
So I guess this is anyone who's watching this World Championship is like the first time is kind of spoiled, I would say.
Yeah. And I bet there are a lot of new people watching chess now, especially in India. Like chess in India is crazy. Vishy Anand was the first ever grandmaster in India when he became that probably in the 80s sometime. He later became the world champion, and chess became huge in India. They now have probably like at least 100 grandmasters in India. And now you can sort of see the youngsters who've grown up with Vishy Anand as their big role model. You not only have Gukesh, you have Prag, you have Erigaisi, you have Vidit. So many players. And also women chess in India as well. Vaishali is one name. Divya, another name. They took 2 gold medals in the Olympiad 2 months ago, both in the women's and the open section. So, I bet there are some new fans of chess in India watching right now. And maybe some of you are watching this stream. So hey to you. It's cool to have you. We're so excited to be following the World Chess Championship match together with all of you. And I will take a look in our chat to see if we have any questions for our experts here in the studio.
Yeah, I'm sitting here kind of anxiously watching Ludwig eat this yogurt because I'm worried that with Ding only having 8 minutes left, I'm like suddenly 5 moves could be made, and I would love then to hear what Ludwig has to say about these moves. So no pressure, but please hurry up.
Yeah. He is finishing up his yogurt. I've also seen some questions about the chair situation. So we received a very fast delivery from IKEA yesterday with new chairs for the studio. I had forgotten to bring tools to actually fix those chairs. So we haven't done it yet. They are right outside the studio. They are ready. And I did bring tools today. But this game is just so exciting. So there's no time to actually put them up. But we'll do that after the show today. So tomorrow, Jon Ludvig, I promise, you will have a new chair. You're... Yeah. Oh, that's true. On Friday, game 4, Jon Ludvig will be comfortable in a new chair. How about you, Maud? Do you want a new... You can test them.
I can test. I'm actually doing okay in this chair, I would say.
It's like being in church, you know. They always have really uncomfortable seats so people sort of stay. They lean. I guess in church it's to get people to stay awake. And that's not the thing with chess.
Yeah, I would also say, like, I keep forgetting to either go to the bathroom or drink any water because it's so exciting and I'm kind of following the game so much that I forget everything else. So I have to. So thank you for bringing me some coffee.
Yes, that was
nice
about time. And Jon Ludvig and you're both trained in being in a TV studio following chess for hours and hours and hours. You've done hundreds of shows together for TV2 Norway. It's the biggest commercial TV channel in Norway. And they cover a bunch of chess. And these two are experts in that studio. So I know you guys are used to just not thinking about going to the toilet, not thinking about food. Just following the chess. The thing with chess as well, you never know when it's going to explode.
Yeah.
This game. It suddenly happens.
And we follow a lot of like more rapid formats. And then, so you don't always have time to delve into every single move. But here with like this kind of format, you can really look at everything and you can go quite far into the analysis, which I think is very cool. Mm-hmm. So I think this is a suitable way to like follow the World Championship, to kind of follow it in the app and then maybe check back in after a few hours. And of course we'll send out notifications. We've sent out one already when Ding made this big mistake really with the rook to h5. but none other ones yet so far. So let me know, Jonudvik, if you have an opinion, if we suddenly need to alert people.
I'll keep that in mind.
What do you think?
I also want to point out to Kaya that we're used to commercial breaks.
Yeah, that's true.
Which you guys don't have. So there are pros and cons.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's pros for the viewers. No commercial breaks here. We just chill out in our studio.
We're advertising our app.
Well, that's true. So it's like
Instead.
constant advertisement in this one. Well, it's a good app. People should get it. And now I've said it. All right. Gukesh, thinking now for 6 minutes. What do you think right now, Jonudvik? Will he win it?
I'm not seeing how he's going to win it, but I'm still expecting him to win it. But the most obvious move that I thought he was preparing for some time now was Knight moving back and challenging the Black Knight in the center of the board. But at this point, that would be a huge mistake. I would go as far as to say it would be a blunder moving the Knight back, because then now after the trade between the Knights, if the king comes to recapture, then the rook could move up, attacking the king, but also attacking the pawn. So you can't really do that. But if you try to capture with the bishop instead, this also leads to problems now that the pawn advanced one step. I would say, if anything, Gukesh advancing this pawn on the previous move has made the position a little even trickier, because now this is similar to what we were analyzing earlier. The rook sacrifices itself for the bishop, knowing that when the king recaptures, the bishop comes up, check on the king has to move, then we take back the rook, and at the end of this situation, the black rook comes in, attacks the bishop, but also attacks the pawn. Whereas previously we were analyzing this situation, and even this we felt was pretty good for Ding. This, on the other hand, is just an instant draw. There's no way Gukesh would win this if he just both loses his bishop pair and the bishop's ability to work together, and loses a pawn here on the right side of the board, or left side of the board from White's perspective. So it's not. I refuse to believe that this should be difficult for Gukesh, because 2 pawns for a bishop is just, it shouldn't be enough at all. But when it comes to the specific moves he wants to make, I can't actually come up with anything where I'm like, yeah, okay, this even I would win against,
Would you like to know the top computer move? Should you have?
Well, now that you say that, I am definitely curious.
So I'll say bishop.
Yeah, that didn't really... To be honest, I'm not happy with any of the bishop moves. Maybe you can go bishop one step forward and just very slightly improve the positioning of the bishop.
That's the correct move. Well, that's the move the computer likes the most. And again, you're saying that's not a very human move?
Yeah, well, it's an interesting idea in that Ding, by moving his rook up, has kind of demonstrated that he has no plan now. He's just going to sit here and wait. And then it's interesting for Gukesh to also just play a very non-committal move. Although now that I think about it, this is very committal, because now I can attack the bishop. And if I can, and I'm attacking the knight. Are you sure bishop up was
look, you can see it in the app if you add this engine move feature.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't use that too much, Lunavik. You're supposed to be our human commentator.
Yeah.
Oh, but the move was played instead.
Okay, he plays a different move. He moves the rook. Bar does not hate that.
Rook one step back. Doesn't really do anything, does it? I mean, if I'm Ding now, I'm just moving my rook back again. I think Ding can just sit here and move his rook back and forth and not really do anything. Well, he doesn't really have anything to do. So he might as well just sit here and wait for Gukesh to demonstrate his plan.
Okay.
And also, Ding is...
So this is a waiting game now, basically.
Yeah.
And what are they waiting for?
They're waiting for Gukesh to come up with a plan.
Okay.
And then Ding will react to that plan when it happens. But for now, Ding has maximized the positioning of all his pieces. He cannot improve further than this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it makes sense for him to just go back and forth. And just wait to see what Gukesh is planning.
And maybe also when all of your pieces are in their best positions and Ding only has 7 minutes left on his clock, he's going to struggle to really find anything to do.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, I don't like that he's spending a lot of time here. I think he should just go back and forth.
Well, he needs to make a decision quite quick. He has to make 10 moves, 11 moves actually, with 6.5 minutes on his clock right now, Ding, to reach move 41, where he gets an additional 30 minutes and 30 seconds increment after each move for the rest of the game.
Oh, and he moves his king. A very slight improvement of the king's position, I guess.
Okay, but at the same time, he's moving the king forward, which could leave the king more exposed to attacks. But essentially, so basically he's saying that I was wrong, that he did have a possibility to improve his position. But now, if Gukesh does a nothing move, then I'm expecting the rook to go back and forth.
Yeah, this waiting game. They're waiting for there's a lot of chaos that can suddenly happen where a lot of pieces could get traded or at least be threatened. So I guess it's also to put pressure on Ding to maybe make this kind of decision about what pieces he should trade off at the very last moment, right before move 40, when he only has seconds to decide.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's what we've seen so many times in World Chess Championship matches, that the mistakes happen right before or even right after move 40, when they start relaxing again. Okay, well, this is intense. Remember, Gukesh, 18-year-old, he is fighting to become the youngest World Chess Champion in history. But he is down by a point in the match against Ding. And this is a golden chance for him to make that comeback, to win a game. And is that important, Jon Ludvig? If he doesn't win this game now, how mentally difficult will that be for Gukesh?
I think it's going to be very difficult, but to some degree, I think he'll manage, because Ding is showing weakness. Mm-hmm. So when Ding plays a game like the one we've had here, where he's had some opportunities to have a decent position, but just spends way too much time. And also makes a blunder despite using so much more time than Gukesh. I think even if Gukesh messes this up, it's a sign for what's to come. Mm-hmm. In that Ding's time management is poor, and he is making unprovoked mistakes. So obviously, it's a huge difference between winning and drawing. But yesterday we were discussing that Magnus now felt like it was a 50-50 match, and I spoke a bit about how the fact that you say it's 50-50 despite a guy leading, that's quite a bold statement.
Yeah.
And before the match, Hikaru said this. Before the match, everyone thought Gukesh was a huge favorite based on the most recent results. And that is still kind of what where people's mind are, even and now with some justification, if Gukesh wouldn't be able to complete this. Okay, rook to d1. This is very interesting. Either this is a great plan and it's going to win the game, or this rook move is just a big mistake. But the fact that the eval bar has not moved makes me think that Gukesh has got this under control. I was a bit skeptical about putting my rook on this square because now Ding has the possibility of moving his knight forward, which attacks the white bishop while also opening up an attack against the white knight. And what does the rook's placement have to do with this? Well, my thinking was that Gukesh wants to go with his knight back, save the knight from the pressure of black's pieces, attack the rook, and now if the rook has to move, then, you know, your bishop can move in and you've coordinated the pieces very nicely as white. But because of the placement of the white rook, here Ding can trade the rooks, and now there's massive trouble because the knight is attacking this bishop, the rook is attacking this other bishop, white's rook is protecting here, the king is protecting here, but that leaves nothing to deal with the trade.
Ding has less than 5 minutes, down to 4.5 now to make 10 moves. It's going to be...
So if the knight moves up, you cannot move the knight back. And there's the threat against the bishop, and there's the threats towards the knight. I genuinely thought this move was not available to Gukesh. I'm very confused how this works out for him.
I can tell you it was the top computer move, the one that Gukesh made.
And he's good at calculating.
That's for sure.
So he's probably been spending his time, these last moves, when he spent 10 minutes and then 20 minutes before that and 7 minutes. Like, he has spent a lot of time in these last couple of moves. He's probably been trying to find the perfect moment. And actually now, with that newest move, his pawn move makes more sense because that pawn was trying to take control of a square where the knight may have been able to go. So maybe he's had this plan for a long time.
Yeah. No, I'm still a bit confused. This knight to g4 move seems quite good for black.
Ding down to 3 minutes now to find that move.
I would be very surprised if Ding does not go for this knight forward. When you're very low on time like Ding is now,
should you enter chaos or not?
Yeah, you would prefer not entering something attacking like this. But on the other hand, if it looks like you're just winning one of the bishops, then it would be too tempting not to go for it.
This is intense, you guys. We can see on the image from Singapore that Ding Liren is stressed. He knows the clock is ticking down. He has hardly any time left to find some really difficult moves now.
Yeah, we actually have this own flare in the app when someone has very little time left. So I've just tried that for the first time.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Terrible time management from Ding. He now has 2 minutes to make 10 moves.
Holy.
He had 6.5, and now he has 2.
And you just look at him. He keeps like raising his hand. Okay.
He makes
Have
a
a
move.
move.
He doesn't go for the knight to attack. He plays king to e8. So he's literally undoing his previous move. So he is sticking to that strategy of just moving back and forth. Gukesh now, I would expect him to move his... Actually, I thought his plan was to move his knight back to challenge the black knight, but there's some problems with doing that. So I'm still not fully understanding what Gukesh's plan is, and that's why Ding chose to go back, right? Because he's still saying like, okay, you changed the positioning of your rook, but it's not obvious how this actually affects me. And he's just keeping the status quo and just moving back and forth. I suggested he move back and forth with the rook. Ding instead is moving back and forth with the king. But the effect is the same.
Gukesh has 17 minutes left, which is obviously more time, but it's still not a lot. And there's still stuff that needs to be calculated here because maybe Ding decided to play this move, his king back and forth, while he's actually trying to calculate if he can play this knight forward that we were analyzing. Maybe he wants to sit and think on Gukesh's turn instead.
Yeah, so for Gukesh now, would it make a lot of sense to not play a very obvious move, to play something that makes Ding think, even if it's not the best move in the position? Play on Ding's
that can
clock,
be a
basically.
good idea if the position is about equal. But if you think you have a winning position, it doesn't make sense to play speculative moves because then if you just find the best moves, you'll win the game.
Yeah, but he doesn't know, or
Of course he knows.
okay. So both players looking at this position, they know Gukesh is winning.
It's a bishop for 2 pawns. It's too much.
But we could see that Ding was shaking and he seemed pretty nervous just now on the cameras we had on the players. I don't think he's enjoying this game very much right now.
Well, we asked in the YouTube chat, Jakob, who is our social media guy, asked, with a poll, is Ding going to lose on time? And actually 53% saying no, he'll make it, but 48% saying yes, he will lose on time. That would be shocking, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, it should never happen at this level, but...
But he might lose on the board because of the time.
Yeah, and also I have lost on time twice after,
Have you?
Yeah, a reputable player. So it does happen sometimes. It just, shouldn't.
Well, we'll know within just a few minutes, you guys. He only has 1 minute and 50 seconds left, Ding, to make 10 moves. 10 moves to reach move 41. But it is Gukesh thinking right now. He has definitely more time on the clock. Looks like he's calculating right now.
Yeah, but he's struggling to find a plan. And I guess now with Ding moving his king back, Ding has kind of decided, okay, I'm just going to sit here and play quick moves. I was advocating that Ding start moving his rook back and forth quickly back when he had, over 10 minutes remaining. And I think he should have done that because that would have been a lot better than sitting there now with 1 minute 50 seconds. But on the other hand, if Gukesh doesn't have a plan, like if Gukesh does another pretty innocent move, then Ding can very quickly just move his rook back and forth. So Gukesh needs to do something now in order to force Ding away from his defensive setup.
Let me know if I should send out a push notification at some point during the Vic, because...
On that note, Prajval in the YouTube chat is saying, I'm in a meeting. Please send a message when something happens. So
I think so. If we
notification.
thought this game was going to end right after the time scramble, I would not do a notification because then there's the game end notification. But considering the fact that despite having a winning position, Gukesh is having some struggles actually completing it because he doesn't have that many pawns, and it's difficult for him to get a pawn across to become a new queen, which is basically the standard way of winning chess games. I think a push notification maybe not right now, or maybe after Gukesh has done this.
Okay, now he
to
makes the
D3.
move. And that, yep, he moves his bishop.
So he now attacks the black rook, and the black rook has to move. But the rook moves away and attacks the white pawn at the same time. And finally, we see Ding playing instantly. He has realized the time situation needs to be addressed, and that instant moves is the recipe. And I think maybe when Gukesh goes under 10 minutes,
Yep.
we can do the push notification, because then the moves are going to come in
Yeah.
rather quickly.
It's like we know that in like 10 minutes we know so much more. Will we then see a winner? Will Gukesh have made a blunder? Time is of the essence right now in this game, in this match. Wow. What will happen now? What will Gukesh do?
A pawn is under attack, so I feel like Gukesh needs to go bishop again. But this time, instead of going back where it came from, the bishop can defend the pawn that Ding was pointing in towards. The problem there is that Ding can just continue his plan of using his rook from the side of the board, attacking whatever is undefended. There was an undefended pawn. Now that pawn is protected, but then the rook can attack the protector instead.
Okay, so you're predicting the bishop to f4 for the next move. I need to start preparing because these moves are going to be fast.
Yeah. I think bishop forward, it makes sense. But then I also think Ding is just going to attack the bishop. We still haven't found a plan that is convincing for Gukesh, despite his big advantage with number of pieces. The final blow seems to evade us. Although now that I thought about it, rook here maybe is a big mistake. No, it's not. Yeah, no, and the time spent by Gukesh is also a sign that he doesn't really know. He's not clear on how to complete the game.
Yeah, he's almost down to 10 minutes now. Prepare for the push notification, Ludwig. What should we say then? Time scramble.
And now he does go for trades, but Gukesh is sacrificing one of his pawns in order to be able to get more pieces off the board. Oh, no, but it's not a sacrifice. It's a trap. Or maybe it is a sacrifice.
We have another move.
No, it is a sacrifice. Okay, so the knight challenges the black knight in the center. This has been a tremendous piece for Ding. And finally, Gukesh manages to get rid of it. Ding captures the white knight. The black knight is captured in return. But as a result of these trades, there are now no black and white pieces defending the white pawn on this G5 square. So the big question right now is whether Ding can safely capture
something. No.
What?
That was the move I saw.
But also here where I'm commenting on the moves, I have gotten the move bishop to D4 now.
Yeah.
Yep. So
there was a problem with taking this pawn. That was a part of Gukesh's plan. And instead, Ding moves his bishop into the center of the board to attack against the white rook and maybe in the future try to capture this pawn. Gukesh moves his rook one step to the side, challenging Black's rook, but this is great progress for Gukesh. He has eliminated the best black piece in the center of the board while retaining his two bishops working together. And now Gukesh is able to open a new front with the rook on the side of the board.
Yeah.
And now because Ding put his bishop in the middle, that bishop is actually standing in the way of his own rook making entry and making attacks against the white king.
But okay, so what's happening? I think our board is behind.
It's one move behind.
It's one move behind.
Oh, now Ding has taken the pawn. He's taken the pawn.
Wow, is that a big mistake? It feels like it should be a big mistake.
And Ding has 7 seconds on his clock. We're watching the live footage from Singapore. 5 seconds on his clock. Moves are coming out very fast now.
The bishop moves. Gukesh moves the bishop to attack the black rook. Ding
3
intercepts.
seconds for Ding. 2 seconds for Ding. Did he lose on time?
He loses on
He
time.
loses on time. Ding Liren loses game 3 on time. The clock says 0. And a flag is ticking above his clock. That's massive. Ding Liren losing on time. How shocking is that?
Horrible time management. It was completely unnecessary to think himself from 6.5 minutes to 2 minutes at an early stage in this time scramble. Ding just never got into the urgency of the situation. And here with the moves coming in at the end of the time scramble, it's still unclear to us what was the objective evaluation of these captures. I'm looking at the app. The app says that Gukesh had executed all of his moves perfectly. So Ding already, when he lost on time, was in a losing situation. The time running out didn't have a decisive effect on this game. Gukesh had sacrificed one of his pawns in a great way to trap the black rook. And Gukesh was going to win that game. Because the rook ended up in trouble regardless. But a very, very strange way to lose from Ding, simply not being quick enough.
Yeah. Wow.
And really, the problem is not how he played when he wasn't... It's the fact that he got that low on time to begin with.
Yeah. He loses. And the game is over. A comeback by Gukesh. And I can push this button. Aha. It's a win for 18-year-old Gukesh. He makes a comeback to tie the match. They are now on the same score after 3 games. And what a way to make that comeback. What a way to win the game. Or even what a way to lose the game for Ding. I mean, this is crazy.
But the thing is, he wasn't even close.
He was on move 37.
Move 37. Like, he ran out of time. Not like making his final 40th move. He was like 3-4 moves away. It wasn't even... He was never going to make it. Very strange time management by Ding. And showing a lot of weakness here. This is a huge, huge success for Gukesh, striking back after that unfortunate game 1.
Yeah.
And I think, I'm not going to get ahead of I think a lot of people are going to be back at that. Ding is a big underdog for the match. He was very impressive in game 1, but this game 3 was a bit of a disaster for him.
And to be clear, he was lost on the board as well.
Yeah, no, he lost the game because he played worse moves than his opponent. And part of the reason why he lost on time was because he couldn't find any good moves. And the reason he couldn't find any good moves were that there weren't any. He was in a hopeless situation regardless.
Yeah. It's always difficult to sort of say this is the craziest I've ever seen or the craziest in World Chess Championship history. But to see someone lose on time in the longest form of classical chess that we basically have. I mean, for you, who's been in chess your whole life.
Hikaru spoke about it.
Yeah.
He said one of the most difficult things about this time limit is that you don't get the increment, the extra 30 seconds per move. And players would rather have less time on their clock. The normal format for chess is 1.5 hours for the first 40 moves and 30 seconds extra per move.
Yeah.
That makes out to 1 hour and 50 minutes.
Yeah.
But the players would rather have 1 minute 50 minutes if they then always know you can have 30 seconds to make a move.
To avoid this exact situation.
But the only thing this exact situation happens is because you're spending way too much time at the wrong moments.
Wow. So, well, for Ding right now, what does this do to his mentality, do you think, Jon Ludvig? He came into the match as an underdog.
Yeah, no, I think Hikaru actually spoke to this very, very nicely. That the problem here is how it happened, not the score in the game. Ding having the black pieces in the first game, if he could choose an outcome before the start of the match that he was tied after having played 2 black games, then he would be very happy.
Yeah.
But the fact that it happens after he had the lead and then loses, the order in which things happen make a big difference to the psychology of the players. Gukesh is feeling amazing, having struck back from such an unfortunate start, whereas Ding, he needs to think that, okay, I'm forgetting about the order in which things happened. I'm tied after 3 games. I'm happy with that. That has to be his outlook on things, not to think too much about the fact that he had the lead, which is of course a big disappointment to lose.
And now they're heading into a rest day. Ding after a loss, Gukesh after a big comeback. So what should we then think for game 4 on Friday?
I think Magnus often spoke that it's so nice to win coming into the rest day because then you feel so nice on the rest day.
You can really enjoy the rest day.
Yeah. So this is huge for Gukesh's momentum. And he's in it now. Now the nerves are I think this is... He's not going to be very nervous anymore. He's won a world championship game. He's lost one. Now he's been there, experienced that. It's not going to affect him too much anymore before we reach the last part of the match.
Yeah. And we have to say congratulations to India. You guys must be thrilled about this comeback from an 18-year-old. And, well, let's also say something about Gukesh. It's quite impressive. He's 18 years old. He falls behind in the match, and he comes back with an excellent game today.
Yeah. I think Gukesh's opening was fantastic. I think in all 3 games so far in the match, White has managed to get quite a big initiative, huge time advantage out of the opening. And that's not something we should take for granted. Both players have been very successful with their White openings. Great to see. And then, the teams of the players, the helpers, are maybe not going to be too happy with how they've been squeezed with the black pieces. Because where there are pros, there are also cons.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping it continues the same way. It's always a lot more fun watching when there's big pressure being put on players, and we can salute the players and their helpers on great White openings so far.
Yeah. I'm keeping an eye on our YouTube chat. There's a lot of celebration going on with Indian flags. Again, congratulations to you. There's also, of course, a discussion about the time. So you were talking about, and Hikaru earlier was talking about this time control, where they don't have increment after the moves for the first 40 moves. Do you like it? Is it a good thing?
I like it. I think it's good. It was implemented basically because Magnus wanted it, which I'm not necessarily such a fan of, but because I think players shouldn't really have that much influence over matches they play themselves. But the reasoning for why it was implemented, giving more responsibility to the players to manage their time and not get basically a babysitter in that you always have 30 seconds per move and you can never get yourself into a massively troublesome situation. I think it's great. And the fact that the players are struggling with it, I think is also great because it rewards those who are better at managing their time. And it should be a lesson for the players to put a bit more effort into the psychology of not spending too much time in non-critical positions because suddenly you only have 2-3 minutes left on some of the most difficult decisions you have to make.
Yeah.
And also, it could be almost good that this is the game that Ding loses on time. Maybe now he's kind of learned his lesson in a situation that was a little bit hopeless anyways. So maybe we'll see a quicker Ding when we see him back on Friday.
What was it like for you, Maud, doing text commentary in the app the last couple of moves there with insane time trouble for Ding?
Very stressful. My favorite time today was when we had Hikaru here and I was like writing everything that he was saying incredibly quickly and then all of the moves that he said happened.
Yeah.
Then I was very happy because I was just like pasting in the stuff as if I knew what was coming. But here, very chaotic. Most importantly, comment the most recent move and then let people know that he lost on time. I think that was the most important. And then, Ludwig, you'll almost have to help me go through some of these moves and understand what was going on. And then we, of course, post a summary as well of the end of the game in text format.
Yeah.
So people can read that while they're waiting for Magnus and Levy's analysis.
Exactly. And an MVP and a piece of beep as well will be announced there by you two. Before you guys do that and before we end this live show, it was chaotic. In the end there, our app fell a little bit behind. Jon Ludvig, so could we get the image on our chessboard here in the studio to just go through those final moments? And can I also ask you, because we said yesterday, it would be so cool if we could play out games to checkmate. Should we play this game out?
Yeah.
Let's see if we can play this game out to checkmate.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just get our camera zoomed in on the chessboard here in the studio.
So Ding, despite being low on time, he felt like Gukesh taking control over this file on the edge of the board was such a big problem that he was willing to gamble on capturing this pawn. In the seconds he had remaining, he couldn't find anything wrong with this move, and so he just decided, okay, I'm going to go for this and hope for the best. Unfortunately, Gukesh had made some really nice calculations here. His first move was bishop one step to the side, and here we see the power of the bishops working together. The two bishops really pointing down towards the black rook. If the rook goes one step back, it needs to preserve the protection of the bishop in the middle. But if you go one step back, then another bishop moves. And here this bishop is pointing towards both of black's rooks at the same time. So that would just lose a rook. In order to avoid this, Ding played pawn to f5 to block the bishop's diagonal. Gukesh had a really nice plan against this. He made the move bishop here, attacking the rook. And now if pawn takes pawn with a check on white's king, then the king recaptures. And then one bishop is attacking the one rook. The other bishop is attacking the other rook. And there's also a rook and a king attacking the bishop in the middle. So here everything would be under attack and it would be completely hopeless. That's why Ding moved his rook to the side. And he was unable... So he managed to make the move, but he didn't manage to press his clock before it went down to 0. So technically, the move rook here was made, but it was also the final move. And the key here is that Gukesh had prepared a big trick to win the game. He would have gotten a double exclam on his next move, which is bishop takes pawn. That bishop could be captured by black's pawn, but the problem is if that happens, the pawn is no longer protecting the rook, which is captured on the side of the board. So what are you going to do then? If you try to capture the white rook and then say, okay, I'll first take this one and then take yours, well, now it turns out that it's unfortunate how the king is placed for Ding. Because then bishop takes rook is check on the king, which means that the black rook cannot capture white's rook here. And you have to address the threat on the king instead. And then king takes bishop, rook takes rook, and then instead of being up a bishop, Gukesh is instead up by a full rook. And now we're going to do the what could happen for a checkmate. And here, pawn up tries to escape with the king. Rook in attacks the king. King moves up. Then the pawn moves forward. This pawn is closing in on becoming a new queen. So Ding would need to sacrifice his bishop to avoid the pawn just rushing up the board. Now there's a rook and bishop more for Gukesh. And then basically what would happen is that Gukesh would have full control and he could just capture on one side and then return to the other side of the board. And at the end of this, with a rook versus 2 pawns, there's no chance of survival. And in the end, we could have a checkmate like this.
Wow.
With the bishop, king, and rook working together against the black king, which has nowhere to go.
I love that. So that's the possible checkmate in this game. But Ding, well, he didn't even resign. He lost on time way before this. And the players are now sitting in a press conference. We're going to try to find out what they say after this show. Because remember, we make a recap with Magnus Carlsen and Levi Rosman after every single game. Magnus is out traveling today. So we're not going to be able to record the recap until a few hours. But it will be out. And how interesting it will be to hear from Magnus and Levi what they think about the fact that Ding lost on time. Will that be shocking to Magnus, do you think, Jon Ludvig? You know him.
I think Magnus will consider this as Ding not losing on time, but Ding losing on the board because he was in a losing situation anyway. But I think he's going to be highly critical of Ding's time management, which definitely did play a role in his loss today.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow's a rest day. What are you guys doing?
Working.
Your other job. Yeah. How about you, Jon Ludvig?
Sleeping.
Lucky you. Yeah, tomorrow is a rest day, you guys. Ding probably needs it to get back, but they are tied after 3 games, Gukesh and Ding, in the World Chess Championship match 2024. This is incredibly exciting. 3 games, 2 of them have ended up with a winner, and they are tied when we head into Game 4 on Friday. Remember to keep an eye up for the recap with Levi and Magnus coming out in the app later today. And we'll see you back here in the Take studio on Friday for Game 4. Thank you for watching.